Everybody, sit straight, spine erect, chin away from your chest, eyes gently closed. Shift your eye gaze to the third eye, the center of the eyebrows, the Jyotishmati, the light of awareness and the divinity within us. Let's all take a deep breath and exhale. Let's begin today's session with the opening chant. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful evening, and happy Vijayadashmi for everyone. And welcome to the special satsang. Can I ask? Can I express my wonder? Looks like everybody doesn't want to open their videos or audios and this stuff. If you're comfortable, I would love for you to open your videos. And I think I can see Srija. And that is Savitha. Wow, there you go. And I see a stranger here, Shruti Sri Gurapu. Who is that? Can you open some video?
Hi, yes, I'll do it. 1 second.
And then, I also see my cousin and Guru Sajini Garu. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And then what a long time no see, Vamshi Garu. Namaskaram andi bonnara.
Sir, namaste sir, bonnam sir.
Bhagyam, actually, it's been such a long time since I saw your voice. If you're comfortable, we line up to do video open chain. And Guruji Ramakant Garu and Umaji, whenever you are comfortable, please open your video. And that's fantastic for everybody. So what we wanted to do today is today, I think we're going to make it very playful instead of actually getting into the serious philosophy, questioning about our inquiry, not questioning, question never exists in our satsangs, but inquiring about our identity and this stuff. We'll try and make a sincere commitment to make this be playful. And Shruti, do I have your commitment for that? Can you make sure that we're all going to be playful for today?
Sure, yeah.
So you want to open up with a joke?
With a joke?
Yeah.
Well, off the top of my head, I can't think of any jokes, but
Can I say
think
something?
we have a playful atmosphere. Yes.
Can I say something? I think if I were to recollect, it just occurred to me. I think last year around this time, I was in Penn State with Shruti Sri Gurapu. And then we both ended up making a visit to the Pittsburgh Temple. Mm-hmm. And then there is a lady that shows up in a nice jeans pant with a torn pants and then this and that. And that's how we celebrated the Navarathri last year. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
And what it actually says is...
But I do recall someone giving me permission to wear ripped jeans to this temple.
Correct. What it actually says is there is no dress code for expressing your divinity. That is actually what the essence.
Exactly.
It's like, we all put labels as like, you need to be wearing an Indian wear and this stuff. I mean, this is like just an act, actually. You can actually express your divinity in all the different dimensions. Was that right? And then I think we also ate a lot of laddus, right?
Yes, we did.
That's cool. So, and then what the center of attraction for today, I think, is going to be Srija. I'm very much eager to listen to Srija sing some of the Bhagavad Gita thing. Srija, would you allow me to share some screen space with you? Would you allow me to sing part of the thing while you are singing it? Can I join you also? That's cool. Okay. So, let's actually begin. So what we want to do today is on the auspicious weekend of Navarathri and Vijayadashmi, and how beautiful it all fell on a Friday evening. We can also celebrate our long week, but more importantly, celebrate the 9 dimensions of the feminine energy, the Prakriti, I think, which is, we all exist because of the Prakriti, because of the feminine energy. So I think, why don't we celebrate the 9 dimensions of the feminine energy, perhaps the source of all existence, the source of all intellect, the source of all our energy, and the source of perhaps all our vitality. So to celebrate with that, what I want to do today is, I hope I can talk less today. At least that's a very difficult job for me to do, but I'll make a sincere attempt to do that. So what I have is that several of us who have been with our satsang, everybody kindly, actually, with the expression of karuna, they said, they will actually do some parts of it. So why don't we begin the Navarathri celebration with Durgashtakam, and we have our Pal Guru and our best friend and our satsang regular goer, Savitha.
Short notice, first of all, I have to, and this is not easy to begin with.
So that's cool. So Savitha ji agreed to start today's program with the singing.
To make fun of myself.
Of Durga Suktam. So let's all surrender to the celebration of the divinity, and Savitha Garu, all over to you.
If somebody already knows the wordings, first of all, namaskaram, and Vijayashtami blessings, wishes to everybody. If somebody knows Durga Suktam, please help me along. That will be helpful instead of just me going along with it. So let me start. Durga Suktam. Om Jata Vedase Sunavama Soma Marati Yato Vidahati Vedaha Sanaf Parushadati Durgani Vishwa Naveva Sindhum Duritatyagnihi Tamagnivarnam Tapasa Jwalantim Vairochanim Karma Phaleshu Jushtam Durgam Devi Gum Sharanamaham Prapatye Sutarasi Tarase Namaha Agni Tvam Parayanavyo Asma Swasti Bhirati Durgani Vishwa Pushcha Prithvi Bahulana Urvi Bhavato Kayatanayaya Shayyo Vishwanino Durgaha Jata Vedas Sindhunna Navadhuritati Parishi Agni Atrivansa Agni Atrivan Manasa Grunano Smakam Bhotya Vitatano Vanam Prutunajita Gum Sahamana Mugramagni Gum Huvema Paramat Sadastat Sanaf Parushadati Durgani Vishwa Kshamaddevo Ati Duritatyagnihi Pratnoshikameedyo Advareshu Sanacha Hota Navyasya Satsi Swanchagne Tanuvam Praprayaswasmabhyam Cha Saubhagamaya Jaswa Gobirjushtamayujo Nishiktam Tavendra Vishnu Ranu Sancharema Nakasya Prushtamabhi Samvasano Vaishnavim Lokaihamadayantam Katyayanaya Vidmahe Kanyakumari Dhimahi Tanno Durga Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. And forgiveness for any pronunciation mistake, any, I don't know, the tune, whatever I could. Thank you. Thank you for this
That
opportunity.
was beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Really.
That was amazing, Savitha. I think within such a short time, how you're able to pronounce every one of the.
First of all, did I pronounce correctly? First of all.
No, you did it. You did it. I think, the last 4-5 lines, those are all difficult for me also, because I think I only get into the first 5 lines, but the Tanur Antravena Sanjurat, and then the way it ends, Katyayanaya Vidmahe Kanyakumari Dhimahi Tanno Durgi Prachodayat. And but amazing. Actually,
Thank you.
Your voice itself has been reverberating, and I think I was just closing my eyes and not trying to do it. It was very melodious. It's very melodious. So does anybody else also sing this Durgashtakam? Does anybody have any memories of Durgashtakam in any of the movies or anything? No, for me, here is my expression. So I think, the best way for us to do is we just have to surrender and say whatever comes to my mind. My love or fascination or whatever I say for this Durgashtakam comes from the movie Saptapadi. In the Saptapadi, there is this saying, actually, the context of the thing is, there is this head priest who is very much focused on the achara, is the head of the Brahmin family. And I think, his daughter marries a dancer, a Kuchipudi dancer. And then that's the reason why I think, he lets her go from the house. And then his granddaughter also pursues the Kuchipudi dance. And he has a little bit of skepticism on whether somebody who actually performs the dance can actually be eligible to be part of the Devi Sadhaka. Then I think one of his friends says, like, dance and music are nothing but the offerings to the god. And then he actually tests her, saying that, can you dance to this Veda? So I think that was an attempt that was made first time, as far as I know, in the Indian movie industry, where somebody tuned the Vedas in the Durgashtakam, and then they sang it so beautifully, and then somebody choreographed it. So that is so beautiful. So the way the Balasubramaniam and S. Janaki sings it, maybe Savitha Garu, if you ever give me an opportunity, maybe we both can do role playing. I'll sing like a thing, and then
I am done. This is the hardest, honestly. I have learned. I had never heard this one before, so like not even a cellular memory was not there. Like absolutely, wordings are all very new to me.
So for me, I also use this as a pranayama exercise. Both Rudram and this actually gives us a pranayama exercise. Ramakanchi, do you have any things to share? Any insights, any reflections on this? Ramakant Garu?
Yeah, just the listening experience, right?
I see.
Yeah.
So what I basically have is something like this, which is the thing is like when I sing it, it's something like Om Jata Vedase Sunava Maso Mamarati Yato Nidahati Vedaha Sanaparshadit Durgani Vishwanaveva Sindhum Duritat Yagnihi Tamagni Varnam Tamasatvalantim Vairochanim Karma Faleshu Justam Durgam Devi Gam Haranamaham Prapatye Sutarasitarase Namaha. Is that right? Namaha. So I think that then the way it actually rhymes, it creates such a beautiful vibration. So What a beautiful beginning. Savitha ji, thank you so much. So,
you.
we know in our satsang, what goes is every good deed gets rewarded with more and more of similar activities. Oh, that's what it is. Is your friend here?
She just texted saying she's running late. She'll be there. She'll join in 10 minutes.
I see. So what we wanted to do is, that was the kickoff of what it basically says is, we are all seeking the blessings of the Katyayani and Kanyakumari to give us the right intellect, so that we propel in the direction of seeking the truth. Prachodayat, Tanno Durge Prachodayat. Prachodayat means, we don't have any goals. We just basically, it's like, we just want to make sure that we are being propelled, we're being pulled into the right direction. What is that right direction? In the direction of seeking oneness, in the direction of seeking truth, in the direction of seeking union with the divine. I think, that's how I interpreted it. So what we do is, in the celebration of Bhakti, that's what this festival represents. So why don't we actually switch gears and spend some time looking at Bhakti Yoga? And the way, what is magical for me is, for the past 7 or 8 months, we've been studying Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and we've been studying different dimensions of Bhagavad Gita. And the way it so happened that we finished everything. We finished the Karma Yoga, we finished what is Dharma, we finished Sankhya, and we finished everything about even Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, Rajagukhya, Rajavidya Yoga. And then everything leads into all the knowledge, all the action, everything leads into the final culmination, which is Bhakti. So why don't we get started on looking at the dimensions of Bhakti as it is revealed in the Bhagavad Gita. And then we again come back to celebrating the Bhakti in different forms. So Srija, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, hello. So what I'm going to do, so let me first share my screen. So before begin, let me offer the Dhyana Soka. Partaya pratibodhitam bhagavata narayanena swayam vyasena grahitam purana muninam madhye mahabharatam advaitamrita varshinim bhagavatim astadashadhyayinim amba tvam anusandadami Bhagavad Gita bhavadveshinim Bhagavad Gita bhavadveshinim. What a beautiful verse. And as always, I want to express my gratitude and pranam to Sri Ramji and Ekaji, and everything that we're going to discuss from the point of view, from the darshanas of the Yoga Sutras and Bhagavad Gita, is a blessing of the Sri Ramji. So he couldn't unfortunately join us here because of some other prior commitments, but he said for sure he's going to join us in the next session to offer his true reflections of the Bhakti for all of us. So what we have done so far is, we've actually, just before this session, we have been looking at some of the inquiry related to our identity and existence. Who am I? Where am I? And then why am I here? Where am I? And then with that knowledge, how can we lead a better life? So what we covered so far is, what is the right perception for the Sankhya is to know our identity. That our identity is nothing but we are the eternal, pure, joyful existence, an indivisible existence. That is the self, that is the Purusha. And then this Purusha is only one dimension of the manifestation. The second dimension is where am I, which is the Prakriti. The Prakriti is what we talked about. Prakriti is the kshetra, which is the field that we are in. There are two kshetras. One is the body and the other one is the world around us. And then this Prakriti is made of 24 tattvas, which are being manifested with the Panchabhutas. And then also there are about the 20 perceptors of the experience, the Gyanendriyas and the Karmendriyas and the Tanmatras. And then all those things will be perceived and creates an experience by the intellect, mind, and body. And then what we actually looked at is this entire thing, these experiences are created by the gunas. The gunas are the ones that actually create all the experience, which is sattva, rajas, and tamas. And that is what is the experiences. So now that we know all the things about how this experience, why do we feel sometimes joyful, sometimes unhappy, sometimes hurt, and all the different things, is because of the matrix, is because of a filter, like an iPhone filter, that is creating all these experiences. But once we remove that filter, what happens is we become essentially the real, the perpetual happy soul. So that is what we basically looked at as our true identity. Essentially, is like all of us are nitya sucha sukhatma. We are always happy. And then what is the Sankhya basically said? Anytime Shruti feels like unhappy with her dad, or it means that she's actually is in a misperception. So Shruti, do we agree? Do we agree with that?
Well, if I don't agree, wouldn't that be a misperception?
Exactly. We both are on the same page. So now we actually, so what has happened is, as Arjuna and Krishna, they've been engaging in this Maitri and discussing the different dimensions. I think Arjuna actually was somewhat of his very interested after knowing the Sankhya, about who is our true identity and where the field is. But then he says, like, can I actually get a view of this cosmic identity? Can I actually see it? That was what the next level of wonder or next level of inquiry. And that's what Arjuna says. But can I actually see this divine form, or the Purusha and the Self? And then for that, Krishna basically says, and Srija, can you recite this for us?
Natu maam shakyase drashtam anenaiva sachakshusha devyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram.
Wow. Can you do that one more time, please?
Yes.
Actually, just one. Now I'll make spotlight.
Natu maam shakyase drashtam anenaiva swachakshusha devyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram.
What a beautiful way. What the Krishna says is that, Arjuna, okay, I'm going to surrender to your request, because what is the role of the divine is always have to surrender to the requests of the bhaktas, of the devotees. But what he says is, we, as a human, we have very limited vision. Our eyes can only see a tiny fraction of this reality. In fact, alls can see more than the humans. And then it's like, to be able to see this absolute reality, the Sankhya, the absolute or the cosmic existence, this is like your eyes cannot have that capability. So what Krishna says, Divyam dadamite chakshuhu. Sometimes in all our yoga sessions, we say that, because in our yoga journey, what are we trying to do? We want to establish in that state of Sankhya, samyak khyayate prakashayate, so that we can see the things the way they are. We can see and perceive the absolute truth. For that, we need the blessings of the Krishna to say, Divyam dadamite chakshuhu. So what the Bhagwan basically says is, the Bhagwan Krishna says, let me surrender and grant you this wish. So then suddenly Arjuna gets this Divyam, the Divya vision, the divine vision, the cosmic vision. So then he can actually look at the cosmic existence. And again, it's the cosmic existence, which is the manifested, which is the Saguna Brahman. The entire Vishwas says, how can you see this entire universe as one body? Can we imagine? Now we have so many species, 7 billion or 8 billion humans, and so many species. But how can we see that as one body? Is it possible? Can we even imagine? And then this is where the Krishna goes And then Avishkarana. He basically shows the grandiose spectacle of one cosmic body, one unified body, where we all become part of it. We all become part of it. We all become part of it. And what a beautiful thing, which is like every being, both manifested, unmanifested, with life and without life, everything is part of one existence, the one body, the Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum, which is like, the one body. And that becomes the spectacle in front of him. The Arjuna is suddenly staring at it, this grandiose one cosmic existence, and he is equipped because he already has the knowledge. Now with the knowledge, when he is like now surrendered to the divine, and then the divine grants that with Karuna, blesses him with that vision, and then that spectacle. And as we can see in this picture, I mean, this is like one kind of a, the mind's projection of what could that being be, which is that everything in the universe, the galaxies and the black space and the bodies and everything is part of one being. And the best part of what did the Sankhya say? This is all nothing but our own identity. Nothing but our own identity. So when this is revealed to Arjuna, let's see what is Arjuna's response to it. And he's staring at it. Vidyam divyam dadamiti chakshu. He asked and he did not know what he's going to get. And this is dawned in front of him, the Viswaroopa darshana. And then let's look at the Arjuna state of mind. Shrija, you want to go with this?
Yes.
And what I would like you to do is, if you can do 2 verses, the one after the other, I'm going to skip through it. So continue it.
Arjuna Vacha Pashyami Devanstava Devadehe Sarvamstatha Bhuta Vishesha Sankhan Brahmanamisham Kamalasanastam Rishinsha Sarvanuragamsya Divyan Aneka Bahudara Vakta Netram Pashyami Tvam Sarvato Nantarupam Nantam Namadhyam Napunastavadam Pashyami Vishveshwara Viswaroopa.
Wow. And for a moment, actually, let me not worry about the slokas or what Krishna said. Let me actually focus on Srija. And celebrate the Krishna in Srija. And I was listening to it. Every pronunciation is to the dot. Every pronunciation. And I've been trying to practice this afternoon to sing this, and I was always getting a little bit in this. Srija, how long have you been singing this?
3 years.
3 years? I mean, this is what is Divyam Dadamite Chakshuhu. Our Viswaroopa is right in front of us. I mean, Priyaji, would you agree?
Yes, Srini, I'm very blown away. It's beautiful pronunciation.
Beautiful pronunciation, no effortless. There is no tanuku, there is no benuku, there is no nothing. It's like so poised, so confidence, as if like, it's part of your very nature, Srija.
Very well done. I think it's a blessing.
Wow. I did not know how. I mean,
I agree. Very nice. Great job.
Very, very nice.
I am speechless. I've never heard a young thing like you sing so beautiful.
And it was just like amazing. And this is kind of how the Krishna's Leela actually manifests. There is a small story, and I think I tried explaining that in my copious writings on my WhatsApp. But I think yesterday I posted that, hey, tomorrow we're going to have the Satsang, and we're going to have Savitha ji, Uma ji, Priya ji, and all of us are going to share their own dimensions of the Krishna to celebrate the Bhakti and the devotion. And then Srija's mom sees that message, not Srija's dad. Ramakantji, it doesn't say it. And she basically says like, why can't Srija sing this? And then Ramakantji calls me. It's like, hey, tomorrow you're doing it. We can have Srija sing this Bhagavad Gita. And I was like, whoa, is this for real? Then I was like, oh, what a beautiful blessing. And then see, it just happened. This is what we call as Bhakti. This is the real manifestation of Bhakti. We don't have to actually look at any slokas or anything, which is like, if you really want to do something, the Leela is going to manifest. Ramakanji, do we agree? Are we interpreting Bhakti right?
Yeah, Jai Guru. Yeah, so I think we should pause here. One main important thing is that's where the main force behind this is Swamiji, right? Ganapati Sachidananda Swamiji, our Sadguru, and who has actually taken this sankalpa that kids will learn this through a program of 10 months. In 10 months, these kids memorize the entire 700 slokas basically. Right? So this a tight program which happens. So every day, 3 slokas per day, and that accumulates to this climax. But yeah, they have done this, and the pronunciation, exactly that's what they do. All the pronunciation. When the Bijaksharas are pronounced the way it is for Sanskritam, right? The magic happens automatically. It doesn't matter who on the planet does that. If anybody chants it, the form, the sound, the yantra, mantra, and the tantra, right? That's how the sight, the form, all the offering, everything, the Krishna's energy would be the same. So with that, we should offer this to our Sadguru, and also have the
Jagadguru,
Krishna Vande Jagadguru, and we also have a teacher who Swamiji has, is Srikant Chellaji at the temple, and that's the whole magic. So this entire thing belongs to both of them. Jai Guru.
Vamshi garu, మీ కామెంట్ చెప్తారా?
I put my comment on chartboard. Very, very amazing.
తెలుగులో మాట్లాడండి, ఏం కాదు. యాక్చువల్గా నేను తెలుగు మీడియమే కదా. యాక్చువల్లీ ఎవ్రీబడి అండర్స్టాండ్స్ తెలుగు.
Okay, sir.
Please, sorry, please. But amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
It's all right, sir. I'm also trying to speak in English. Okay, it's all right. కానీ ఎంత అద్భుతంగా ఆమె ఎక్కడ కూడా చిన్న తడబాటు లేకుండా స్పష్టంగా ఎంత చక్కగా పాడుతుందో, అసలు నాకు ఆమె పాడుతూ ఉంటే అమ్మవారు పాడుతుందేమో అన్నట్టుగానే నాకు అనిపించింది.
What a beautiful feeling. And does anybody else want to recite this? Actually, here is the backdrop of this. What Vyasa, when he does the Bhagavad Gita, most of the slokas in Bhagavad Gita are written in Anushtup Chandaha. That means, every line has 8 syllables. But when there is an important thing where Vyasa wants to grab somebody's attention, like, wake up, he actually changes the thing. He goes into Trishtup Chandaha. Right? Trishtup Chandaha. So, there are 13 syllables, right? Ramakanchi, Trishtup Chandaha.
Oh, sorry, I missed the question, Srinji.
So basically, it's like in the Trishtup Chandaha, there will be 13 syllables, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. 13. So basically, anytime when there is a shloka that we are looking at it, when the Trishtup Chanda, that means, there is one clue, which is like pay attention, right? Pay attention. So this is in fact, this part of the Bhagavad Gita is like the most climactic affair, right? There is all this dynamics that is almost like the big movie that is happening, right? And one other dimension is, Savitha garu, have you also been practicing this chapter in your Bhagavad Gita pronunciation?
This is Bhakti Yoga?
No, this one is the Viswaroopa Yoga.
No.
I see.
We started with Bhakti Yoga, actually.
So there is and the thing is, there is I think people that come from the Telugu states, Ghantasala sings this. Ghantasala's rendition of Bhagavad Gita, he actually adds emotion to it. And then it actually comes up with like, Arjuna's state of being when he sees this one cosmic existence, one body with everything, good, bad, everything is in one body in front of him. And what would be the Arjuna state of mind? and he tries to capture in the reciting. Does anybody know how to do this? If not, I'll try to imitate, but I can guarantee for sure that I won't be able to sing like Srija. I would be making some mistakes. Definitely, that one is guaranteed. But the emotion captivates you. So something goes like, Pashyami devans tava deva dehe sarvans tada bhuta vishesha sangan brahmanamisham kamalasanastam rishincha sarvan uragasya divyan aneka bahudra vaktra netram Pashyami tvam sarvato nantarupam nantam namadyam na punastavadim pashyami vishveshwara Viswaroopa. So something like this, the way the Ghantasala sings. Srija, have you heard this kind of a singing?
No.
No? Does it ring a bell for anyone? Umaji?
Definitely, Srini, because that's what my mom used to play. Not that I can remember these particular verses, but the house Ghantasala sang is something that I heard when I was younger back in the day.
Yeah. Vamshigaru, have you heard this?
He only sings 100 or so, not the entire Bhagavad Gita. No.
Yeah, he sings a selected 100, and then there is another guy, is Gangadhar Shastri. He finished the remaining because his voice is also like Ghantasala. He finished the 700.
I do not know Gangadhar Shastri. I don't think
But
చిన్నప్పటి నుండి దాదాపుగా భగవద్గీత క్యాసెట్ ఎన్ని సార్లు పెట్టుకొని విన్నామో, చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి అది మా జీవితంలో ఒక భాగం అయిపోయినట్టుగా ఉండేది. ఇప్పుడు భగవద్గీత అంటే ఘంటసాలనే అని అనిపించేంతగా మాకు అలవాటు అయిపోయింది. అది ఇంట్లో క్యాసెట్ ప్లేయర్ ఉండేది, దాంతో వినేవాళ్ళం.
Correct. And actually, Ghantasala has the divine voice. In fact, for all of us coming from the Telugu state, Ghantasala voice was what is the Krishna's voice. Any God voice means any spadyalu, any shlokas means it only has to sing like Ghantasala. Even SP Balasubramanya had to modulate his voice to sing exactly like Ghantasala. Right? So that is.
I don't think anybody else says Partha as nicely as Ghantasala does.
Yeah, that is very true. And I think Gangadhar Shastri, if you actually listen to him, he sings exactly like that, right? So what he is trying to do. Sorry.
I do not know, Srini. Sorry, go ahead.
Sajni Garu? Unnara, Sajni Garu?
ఉన్నాను శ్రీను, వింటున్నాను. అమ్మాయి చాలా బాగా పాడుతుంది.
And then మన శృతి కూడా ఉన్నది. ఇది సర్ప్రైజ్ యాక్చువల్లీ. శృతి
వచ్చిందా? హాయ్ శృతి. Hi everyone, this is Sajini. I'm Srini's cousin. I'm from Delaware.
Sajini.
Hi Sajini.
Hi.
And because of Sajini, we have Umaji also here. And,
yeah, so thank you, Sajini. I never officially got to thank you.
That's okay.
Okay, so what it actually is saying is basically what the Arjuna's perception of the Viswaroopa, that is basically says. So basically what it's saying is in the first sloka, it's like, Krishna, now I'm able to see this one cosmic body, the Saguna Brahman, which is like, is the manifestation of all the gods. We, with ignorance, we compartmentalize the gods, but there is all the gods are in one form, in one embodiment, all the gods. And then the Brahma is that like a flower as part of you, and then you can see Shiva and all the sages and all the celestial serpents, and all these things are part of you. And that is one dimension what he perceived. And then he goes on. And I see this is an infinite form. There is no beginning, there is no end. It's actually with our eyes, we perceive in the three-dimensional thing. But this cosmic body, which is like infinite, it's dimensionless, it's infinite in all different directions. so it's beyond the 4 dimensions of the time and space and the 3 dimensions. And there is like things like, there's arms and stomachs and faces, because again, this human body is also just one tiny part of that entire being, right? So this is the cosmic form of the universe. It is like, so there is no beginning, there is no middle, there is no end, and it is like span everywhere. And that is the second perception of it. So now the other perception. Shrija, you want to continue?
Yes.
I just want to add one thing. I think what Srini said about the Krishna and Shrija, that is very true. There's Krishna in all of us, and it feels like it's Krishna himself speaking when Shrija recites this. It's very beautiful. Thank you, Shrija.
Shrija, go.
Anadimadhyantamanantaviryam anantabahum shashishuryanetram pashyami tvam deeptahutashavakram swatejasa vishwamidam tapantam. Damshrakaralani cha te mukhani drishtvaiva kalanalasanniphani disho na jane na labhye cha sharma prasida devesha jagannivasa.
Wow. Prasida devesha jagannivasa. Prasida devesha jagannivasa. So then it starts, I think there are about 11 verses that actually where Arjuna is describing his perception of this one cosmic body, the Viswaroopam of in many different dimensions. We picked, select 4 verses from here, and then word which is like, wow, so like what we said, Anadi Madhyantam Ananta Viryam, there is no beginning, there is no middle, there is no end, and your power has no limits, and you have so many of these limbs. And the thing is, what I perceived as a sun and moon as part of my solar system, they are like, just become like 2 eyes for you. And when we are referring to the sun, it's not one sun, it's entire the solar system. So the many of those things are like your eyes, and your fire is like your mouth, and just your radiance. When we are talking about this is the nature of the self. The Purusha within is like the sun. It's just being there, it constantly radiating. And that radiation and the light is the prana. That prana is the what is actually keeping our, it is powering our mind and intellect, and it's giving that experiential awareness to all our being. So all it's saying is, yes, you can actually, if you're not able to perceive that Krishna, what Bhagwan has done is, okay, now you can actually see it right in front of me. This is what it is. And this is exactly the same, that I am there inside you. I am the Krishna within you. Right? And then where it basically says, which is like, there are so many dimensions, so many limbs. And he then starts getting into, then he's like, he's unable to behold this for a long time. And he's like, where do I have to go? Is there a separation? What is like is now his mind and intellect is this thing is like the Divyam Dadati Chakshakshahu, but the mind suddenly is like, where do I have to go? And he suddenly is like, he has to get into the state of the total state of surrender. Now I have nowhere to go, and I have nowhere to nothing to achieve, because everywhere where I need to go, whatever I need to achieve, I'm already there. Praptasya prapti, nivrittasya nivrittihi. Whatever I need to achieve, it's already there. We only get what we already got. So, and that is basically, it's like, now he basically is like, okay, now please show mercy on me. Now, take me into you, unto thee. That is his state of being. And then the Bhagwan basically says, and then he explains it. And Srija?
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Sudurdarshamidam Rupam Drashtavanasi Mama Devapyasya Rupasya Nityam Darshanakankshinaha Naham vedairna tapasa na danena na chejyaya shakya evam vitho drashtam drashtavanasiyam yatha.
Wow, beautiful. Can you, Srija, can you please sing the last two lines again?
Yes. Naham vedairna tapasa na danena na chejyaya shakya evam vitho drashtam drashtavanasi mam yatha.
Wow. Actually, I don't want to learn the meaning. I just want to keep on repeating this playbook. Can you sing? Can you sing? Can you sing? And this stuff. You know, Srija, if you're okay with it, how old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
8 years old. Okay. Now I don't know when I can grow to become an 8-year-old. So I have to actually become a listener. The thing is, one deal that we're going to do, Srija, we'll take it offline, but I need you to help me learn how to recite some of these slokas. Will you help me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think that's what the Krishna says, right? Krishna is like, yes. You know, when I wanted a vision, he says like, Divyam dadamite chakshuhu. When I wanted help with recitation, you know, the answer they got is yes. The beautiful thing in the last two lines, what it says is, this vision, the cosmic vision that Arjuna, that you are actually seeing, that many sages and the gods were longing to see. But then he shares a secret that this cosmic perception, the cosmic body vision and the perception, it cannot be realized or it cannot be perceived, or you cannot get this by studying Vedas or by doing intense tapas or by doing all these noble activities, nadanena, or shakya evam vido. By doing any effort, you cannot get this by using any efforts of action. Drashtum drashtavan asimam yada. So this thing can only be, this vision, this perception can only be attained through this path of devotion. So it's beyond, this devotion is beyond all the other things that you have done, right? By learning Sankhya, by inquiry, by doing, you know, the acts of service, karma yoga, and doing intense austerity and tapas, and then chejaya, and even trying to do meditation. All these things, it can only be done by the bhakti. That is the secret. And why so? Let's actually look at that. Srija?
Bhaktya tvadanyaya shakyaha shakyam evam
Bhaktya tvananyaya shakyaha ahamevam
vidhorjuna yatam drashtum cha tatvena praveshtum cha parantapa.
Beautiful. Can I request both Krishnas to sing together, Shriyaji and Ramakanchi?
Okay, Jai Guru. Srinji. Okay, so
no, the Leela is actually getting. I'm getting carried away. It's just like, that is the whole bhakti means. Is like, you know, if there is something in the request, just do it. Everybody, please. Let's express the bhakti. Ask whatever the korikas. There are so many Krishnas here to fulfill.
Yeah, so just to add, so all these kids or whoever goes through this program, also their ability is not just to sing shlokas here and there, but basically they can sit throughout the 3 hours. What they do is they do 1.5 hours until the 9th chapter. Again, they take a 15-minute break, and then again they do the next 1.5 hours. So all these kids are programmed to do it and have done that continuously again and again. And of course, she was part of this. She did this at 6 years, when she was 6 years old. So my son, when he was 5th grade, is the program when it started. So that's where those kids did it. And next year, I learned and memorized the entire thing. Of course, now she was of it. One of the miracle to add is there was one kid who was 5 years old and never came to the class, and he couldn't even read words, right? He was listening to his brother who was chanting, and he learned until 13th chapter, and that's when they brought him to the class. They said, do you guys accept him as part of this class, because we officially did not enroll him to this class, but he was listening to this brother and this chant. So a lot of miracles that do happen. Shruti is how it is, right? You listen, and
Shruti,
so we will go ahead and chant.
So one other thing, actually,
Please.
if you guys know this by heart, maybe I'll try to stop sharing so that I can capture your video. Do you know it?
Yeah, any shlokas actually.
No,
You can actually tell
no.
any shloka and we can continue chanting. So it doesn't matter whichever chapter we can chant.
This shloka, if you
Yes.
can chant it, then I'll stop sharing.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yep.
this is 11.54, Bhaktya Tomanyaya.
Only this shloka, right? This is the only.
Yeah,
shloka.
only this shloka. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just one second. I want to make sure that I got your, yeah, perfect. Go ahead, both of you together.
Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yaschasmi tatvatah tato mam tatvato jnatva vishade tatanantaram.
Wow, what a beautiful thing. Now this is considered Bhagwan's ki Leela. So what it basically says is Bhagwan continues to do the embellishment and basically says like, only devotion. In the previous thing, he basically said, the Bhagwan said, it's not no tapas, no Vedas, no study of the karma yoga can actually give you this cosmic vision. Is the divine. The divine, you can see, you can enter, and you can experience. The divinity is through the path of devotion. And in fact, this is also what it actually says is, even in we can be technically correct. As an example, when you're trying to study music or when you're trying to sing something, we can all be technically correct, but only when you have love, only when you have passion and that exuberance, it actually culminates into excellence. Any skill that you're actually doing excellence, when you're pursuing excellence, it has to add in the ingredient of love, a sense of devotion, a sense of transcending the profit and loss, of transcending the chatter of the mind, the intellect. Bhakti is beyond intellect. It's not about without using intellect, but it is actually the next dimension. It's beyond intellect. Knowing this, Patanjali in Yoga Sutras, he says this as Ishvara Pranidhana. In the Yoga Sutras, in the sutra format, one of the ingredients of the sutra is astobam. There are six attributes of a sutra, which is Alpaksharam, Asandigdam, Vishwatomukam, Saravan, Astobam, Anavadyam, Sutram, Sutra Vinadicha. Sutram, Sutra Vidanicha. What means is every sutra format, unlike Bhagavad Gita slokas, they need to be few words, and then there should not be no confusion, and it needs to capture the entire essence and from all different points of views. And then Astobam, Anavadyam. Astobam means non-repetition. Even in the sutra format, Patanjali actually uses the word Ishvara Pranidhanan in 3 places. In the chapter 1, in Samadhi Yoga, in Kriya Yoga, also in Ashtanga Yoga. In all the 3 things, he basically says like, in fact, in the first thing, he says like, if you do Ishvara Pranidhanani, if you surrender everything to simply to the highest, the supreme, and feel that, then you don't need to do anything else. It says like, there is no need for Ashtanga Yoga, there is no need for Kriya Yoga. This is like a shortcut to achieve the oneness. Which is any thoughts or comments on this? Anybody, would you agree? So in other words, everything needs to start from the heart.
True.
And in the sense of expansion. Sorry, Savithaji, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I meant was, I agree with you. Like, it has to resonate within yourself too before, the expression comes out. Yeah,
exactly. And I think, then the anubhuti, you don't even have any awareness of how we are perceived, how we are dressed or this, because you're only in that experience. So we lose all the intellectual chatter, the judgments and the labels when you're soaking in the love of the devotion, and you just come and express yourself because you're experiencing the joy. And that's what devotion does to you. That's what love does to you. You transcend the mind. At the end of the day, what is yoga? Chitta vritti nirodha. You have to regulate the turbulent mind. But then, bhakti, what it does is it directly gives you access to just transcend the mind in one way. The yama, niyama, asana, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, all the systemic method. But if you use the path of bhakti, straight access. Ramakanji, would you agree?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Right. So that is what in the Viswaroopa, that is what is being conveyed to Arjuna. And then now let's get into Bhakti Yoga. We'll only spend about 2 or 3 verses here, and then we'll wrap up here, and then we'll actually soak in the Bhakti, like what is already happening in front of us with Srija, Savithaji and Ramakanji, what is being unfolded in front of us.
Srini, if you are okay with it, I can at least chant the Ashtalakshmi Stothram after this. I'm sorry I was late. I got caught in the rain, Srini. I went to print out something for the Satsang and I got caught. Sorry about it.
No, there is no sorry. In the Bhakti, there is no sorries. There is only surrender. Did you ever see Krishna saying sorry to Arjuna?
No.
See, why are you saying sorry to me? So you are the Krishna. And, why do you have to say sorry to anybody? So now that we are doing it, how about we do this? We stop here and then we'll come back and visit the Bhakti Yoga. Why don't we have you sing the Kanakadhara Stothram?
Kanakadhara Stotra is a bit difficult, Srini. I didn't have enough time to prepare. I'll try. I may not do a great job, but I'll try. I'm actually cheating because it has been quite difficult, and I think I'm going to listen to it on the side because the tune is difficult and I'm going to chant along with it if that's okay.
Oh, whatever you do it, I think what we already know that Canadians always lowball it. Right? In other words,
honestly, this is a difficult one. It's a beautiful one. I'm glad you introduced me to it. But I don't know if I will do justice to it, so I'm a bit nervous. Can I start with Ashtalakshmi Stothram?
Well, I think, it's all your thing. The stage is set for you. The Vedika is for you to express your the divine mother's manifestation, the Krishna's manifestation. So you go have a play at it.
Okay. Sumanasa Vandita Sundari Madhavi Chandra Sahodari He Mamaye Munigana Vandita Moksha Pradayini Manjula Bhashini Vedanute Pankajavasini Deva Supujita Sadguna Varshini Shantiyute Jaya Jaya He Madhusudana Kamini Adilakshmi Paripalaya Mam Aikali Kalmasanasini Kamini Vaidika Rupini Vedamaye Shira Samudbhava Mangala Rupini Mantra Nivasini Mantranute Mangaladayini Ambujavasini Devaganashruta Padayute Jaya Jaya He Madhusudana Kamini Danya Lakshmi Paripalaya Mam Jaya Varavarshini Vaishnavi Bhargavi Mantra Swarupini Mantramaye Suragana Pujita Shigra Phala Pradanyana Vikasini Shastranute भवभयहारिणि पापविमोचनि साधुजनाश्रितपादयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि धैर्यलक्ष्मि परिपालय माम् जय जय दुर्गतिनाशिनि कामिनि सर्वफलप्रद शास्त्रमयी रदगजतुरगपदाति समावृत परिजन मण्डित लोकनुते हरिहर ब्रह्म सुपूजित सेवित तापनिहारिणि पादयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि गजलक्ष्मी रूपिण पालय माम् अयि खगवाहिनि मोहिनि चक्रिणि रागविवर्धिनि ज्ञानमये गुणगणवर्धिनि लोकहितैषिणि सप्तस्वरभूषित गाननुते सकल सुरासुरदेव मुनीश्वर मानव वन्दित पादयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि संतान लक्ष्मी परिपालय माम् जय कमलासिनि सद्गतिदायिनि ज्ञान विकासिनि गानमये अनुदिनमर्चित कुङ्कुमधूषर भूषित वासित वाद्यनुते कनकधरा स्तुति वैभव वन्दित शङ्कर देशिक मान्यपदे जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि विजय लक्ष्मी परिपालय माम् प्रणत सुरेश्वरि भारति भार्गवि शोक विनाशिनि रत्नमये मणिमय भूषित कर्ण विभूषण शान्ति समावृत हास्य मुखे नवनिधिदायिनि कलिमलहारिणि कामित फलप्रदास्तयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि विद्यालक्ष्मी सदपालय माम् धिमि धिमि धिं धिमि धिं धिमि धिं धिमि दुन्दुभिनाद सुपूर्णमये घुम घुम गुङ्गुम 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 शङ्खनिनाद सुवाद्यनुते वेद पुराणितिहास सुपूजित वैदिक मार्ग प्रदर्शयुते जय जय हे मधुसूदन कामिनि धनलक्ष्मी रूपेण पालय माम् लो अष्टलक्ष्मी नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणि विष्णुवक्षस्थलारूढे भक्तमोक्षप्रदायिनि लो शङ्खचक्र गदाहस्ते विश्वरूपिणि ते जयः जगन्मात्रे चो मोहिन्यै मङ्गलं शुभमङ्गलम्
Priya, what is an amazing, amazing thing. This is like, wow, that is absolutely fantastic. And you memorize, you know this by heart?
No, I only know a few of them by heart. I'm sorry, I was reading from online.
Oh, but it's
Very nice, Priya.
I mean, you know, I'm probably not going to use appropriate words, but in the Bhakti, I think every sab chalta hai. I mean, it basically shows your love affair with Krishna when you're singing it.
Oh, she is my mother too, right? If he's the father, she's the mother.
Yeah. With the father, mother, you know, Saka, all forms. In, you know, you can see him and see him, her thing. But the way is, in fact, there is one line. It actually says Kanakadhara Stute. You know, there is one line that actually is coming there in that too. Are there any lines that are close to you in this? Everything,
well,
all of
I
it?
think I like all of them. I really like all of them.
Beautiful thing. Anybody wants to celebrate? Anybody have any thoughts of the Krishna and Lakshmi form in Priya? Srija, how did let's actually do it. How did Priya auntie sing?
You sing well, and I really liked it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not as good as you are, though. You have more kirti. So,
you know, Srija, here is the deal that we made, right? Which is like, we're going to call everybody else whoever looks like an adult, call as uncle and auntie, except for Srini and you. We'll be the kids. Is that a deal, Srija? Yes.
Srini, can I do Kanakadhara Stothram at the next satsang? I need a little more time, Srini. I want to do justice to it. It's so beautiful, but I don't want to mispronounce words and all that. It's been a bit difficult.
I know, it's like, but that is absolutely. The Kanakadhara Stothram is also one of that is actually from Adi Shankara. In fact, from what I know is a lot of people, the Garika party, I mean, there were like a lot of this, proven stories. What people say is like, when you recite Kanakadhara Stothram, you're bestowed with all dimensions of prosperity. I mean, prosperity doesn't mean, stock going up or something like that, but you actually get the total well-being. And there are so many beautiful lines in there. But Ramakanji, any blessings for Priya?
So wonderful. And
thank you.
Mother Goddess.
Vamshi Garu?
The Mother Nature, right? So
yeah.
Very special. No words there.
Vamshi Garu, Priya Garu ela maatladarandi, ela padaru. Did she do a good job? Of course, right?
Yes, sir. ఖచ్చితంగా చాలా చాలా చక్కగా పాడారు. అసలు మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ చూస్తుంటే మీరు ఉన్నదేమో ఈ భారతదేశానికి అవతల ఉన్నారు కానీ భారతదేశ ఆత్మను మొత్తం మీ లోపలనే నింపుకున్నట్టుగా కనబడుతుంది. ఇక్కడ ఉండి మేమేం చేస్తున్నామని నాకు సిగ్గు అనిపిస్తుంది, ఇప్పుడు నేనేం చేస్తున్నా అని. కానీ చాలా చాలా చక్కగా పాడుతున్నారమ్మా. మిమ్మల్ని చూసి నేను ఇన్స్పైర్ అవుతున్నా. కనీసం ఒక్కటన్నా నెక్స్ట్ వరకు ఒక్కటన్నా నేర్చుకుని ఒక్క వాక్యం అన్నా నేను చెప్పగలిగితే మీరు ఇంత ఎఫర్ట్ పెట్టిన దానికి నేను విన్నదానికి ఒక ఫలితం ఉంటుందేమో అని ఆశిస్తున్నా. ఖచ్చితంగా నెక్స్ట్ సత్సంగ్ వరకు ఏదన్నా ఒక్కటన్నా నేర్చుకుని నేను పాడాలని ప్రయత్నం చేస్తా. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ మీ.
I can try the Kanakadhara Stothram, but I have to cheat a little, and I hope
actually,
she will.
How about we do this, Priya? Actually, I would like you to cheat, because that is the very nature of the playfulness of the Krishna who you adore and love. So it's like being playful and the naughtiness, right? It's instead of calling it cheatiness, we just call it as naughtiness, right? So we just so we allow you to be naughty, but let's actually get back to finish the
Bhagavad Gita and then
finish only. I think there are only 3 verses, and then we'll come back and do it. Is that a deal?
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Chalo. Let's actually do it. And Satyam Garu, did you join?
Yeah, little late, but
even Shanti Garu could join, huh?
Because it's her birthday today, so we went to the temple. She just came back, and now she will be more active than I am.
I see. Good. Namaskaram. Actually, let me introduce you to everybody. Hey, everybody, this is Satyam Garu, Satyan Kalyan Durgandi. I'm going to use some words, but whatever the words that I see, they will be under doing justice. But Satyam Garu is one of my best friends and guides in the Dallas area. He has served as the Indian Association of the Texas president, and he's spent so much time in the community service. And both Satyam Garu and then his wife Shanti Garu are very close to my brother's family and us. And Shanti Garu is an ardent follower of the Bhakti movement, and in fact we all look up to her in the celebration of Bhakti. So that's why I thought it'd be great for her to join us. And Satyam Garu, one thing that you would realize is there are so many. I don't know if there are so many, but there are at least several of the people around here in the YEC camp who are Kannadigas.
Oh, I see.
So there is, I think right now, we see Savitha. I think she's I think she's a Kannadiga. And then there are a few others like Rajesh ji. Namaskara.
Hello.
And Satyam Garu is also is heading the institution of SVyasa, which is the Vivekananda University, and they're actually opening up a USA thing. So he's based in Dallas. So he's my guide. So Shanti Garu, what we have done so far is Savitha ji sang some Durgashtakam, and then we switched gears, and then we started, we just finished looking at Viswaroopa Yoga from Bhagavad Gita, some of the verses. And then there's, I think, you guys know Ankuntam kada, Shantigar and Satyangar, like mana Ramakant Gaur Ammai, Srija. Srija sang some of this Bhagavad Gita slokas, very beautiful. So we're going to see that again. Okay, let me share my screen. So now we've looked at the Viswaroopa Yoga, where Bhagwan gave the Divyam Dadamiti Chakshuhu, gave Arjuna that cosmic vision so that he could see that one cosmic body exists, where everything that is both manifested or unmanifested, it's part of that one cosmic body. And then from that state of being, and then what also Bhagwan said is, only the Bhakti give you the direct access to seeing the cosmic vision. Only the Bhakti gives you the cosmic vision. So then what we are going to do is, now let's actually understand the nature of the Bhakti. So then Arjuna suddenly, until this time, until the Viswaroopa Yuga, the way the Arjuna is like, it's a sense of inquiry. He's always entering into some kind of dialogue. No, but it's like this. My mind is acting like a tornado. But why is this Purusha? He's always like, in the dialogue, asking questions. Now he's like in a state of surrender. And he was like, what is the right way to cultivate Bhakti? How do I cultivate and grow the Bhakti? So now let's actually look at how do we cultivate Bhakti? How do we cultivate Bhakti? Srijamma, want to sing this?
Yes. Adveshta sarva bhutanam naitrah kaduna evacha nirmamo nirahankaraha samadukha sukha kshami.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. And actually I'm so mesmerized by your voice. Everything is like, going like, it's a kanchu kantamantam kada. It is like, tongue, like the bells are ringing so precisely. Samadukha sukha kshami. So what Bhagwan says here is, now we all know that Bhakti is the direct access to seeing the cosmic vision or the cosmic identity and to unite with that. And then what is the right way to cultivate Bhakti in here? And this sloka has become one of my number one, the most favorite shloka. And there is a little bit story about this. In fact, like many of you shared, I've been listening to Bhagavad Gita as part of the regular programming. In fact, every day morning, it gets played, and it's just like, but there is a sound of vibration. We never paid attention to it. I attended this Bhagavad Gita workshop for a weekend in December of 2016. And that's when I had my first real intro to Sriramji. And he was doing a Bhagavad Gita weekend workshop. And he opened with this shloka. And it says like, what is the Bhakti? What is actually defined by Bhakti? In fact, until that time, my perception of what is the right Bhakti, what is devotion, it just got shattered. And then there is a new definition of Bhakti that dawned on it. And the way Sriramji explained, just stuck with me. So here is what Bhagwan told Sri Krishna. What is the right way to cultivate Bhakti? And then he first goes, Advesta sarva bhutana. The real cultivation of Bhakti will grow in you, will get rooted in you and grow in you, so that you can actually get that cosmic perception. It first has to start from Advesta sarva bhutana. You are basically completely free from negative emotion. You don't hate anybody. There is no hatred in your being. First it has, because we all want to be the embodiments of love. Only when you're full of love, that's when you can see the cosmic vision. That's when you become the divine. So there cannot be any ounce of any trace of hatred or negative any emotion towards anyone. That's where the bhakti starts. And then the second, Maitram Karuna Evacha. one who maintains compassion and friendly nature with every being. Evacha, it says like Maitram, Karuna, etc., etc. What are those etrasa? Patanjali actually fills that, or it is mentioned in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Does anybody know? There is a Patanjali Yoga Sutra. This is one of our favorite Yoga Sutras, how to deal with 4 types of people. There is a sutra for that. Does anybody remember? Vamshigaru? How do we deal with four types of people? Maitri, Mudito, Karuna, Upeksha, Sukadukka, Punya, Punya, Vishayanam, Bhavanartha, Prasadanam. That is the sutra. Basically, it says like, there are 4 types of people. And Patanjali said, there are some people who are happy, some people who are sad, some people who are doing good things, some people who are bad things. And Patanjali says, how do we deal with these people? Because most of our problems or our mind goes into, we drift away from a position of love is because of the interactions with the people, because they're exhibiting, different types of tendencies. But the real secret to growing love and cultivating bhakti is, how can we deal with these people? How do we maintain a state of maitri, friendliness? Like what Patanjali said, people who are happy, be friends with them, because happy is the representation of the love and the divine. How do you know that you're in love? How do you know that you are divine? That is because you're joyful. So be friend with, be sangha for the joy. But some people are drifted away from that happy state. They're struggling, and then the thing there, you have to elevate your being to karuna, compassion. And the compassion doesn't go, is like, didn't I ask you not to eat chicken? That is not compassion. It's like, you're being trying to, be somewhat of this stuff, but compassion is like the GPS. That is the metaphor that we're doing. If you make a mistake, GPS, again, with the pleasant voice, the lady simply says like, please make a, U-turn and then get back to the destination. So compassion is partnering with the person in distress so that we actually get them to the happy state, the true nature of the divine state, and then be friendly with them. But don't just, magnify and amplify the state of sadness. That means, instead of one non-divine state, then you become 2 non-divine state. Maitram, Karuna, Evacha. And people who are doing good things, always amplify your appreciation, own their success, and take inspiration from them. But don't feel jealous of them, or don't try to poke holes at them. And then upeksha, people who are doing bad things, don't put spotlight on all the negative thing. Go look for where this divine state, and then help them realize more and grow more of that. So that's again what Bhagavan Krishna is reiterating, that your very nature is you're nurturing more of love, friendliness, and compassion to every being. And then the third dimension, nirmamo, nirmama. This is not mine. Mama means mine. And how does it start? It starts with our body and mind. First, what is not Sankhya, which is like Rajo, Rajo Sarpabhranti, because most of us believe that our true identity is this body is me and this mind is me. The first level of getting away from becoming nirmama is like nama, is like not mine, is that this body is not me, but you still believe that this body is yours. But the real nirmama is that this body is a temporary lease for, that's like a car. You just go get a 36-month lease. This costume is given as a lease to you. Nirmama. So we need to maintain a state of nothing is mine, my, and this stuff. But it doesn't mean that you renounce everything and go to mountains. No. You're being this thing, but just maintain that, this is a temporary, I'm just a custodian for all these things. But these are not mine, nirmama. Does anybody agree with this, nirmama? Or anything that anybody wants to add?
Totally, I agree. And actually, it's a lot simpler to get to this state than people think. I really don't know. I think we like simple things they teach you at home, right? They tell you it's not what you have, but what you do with it that matters. I think we all have to understand that even our possessions or whatever are meant to serve a purpose. to help us do things with them. And I think we shouldn't attach too much importance to that. So it is rather easy to be non-materialistic. It's not as difficult. And the other part about forgiving, actually, it's a lot easier to forgive than to hold a grudge too. You feel lighter, and it hurts you. It actually damages you when you stay angry with another person. You try letting it go and you forgive them. I won't say everybody makes it easy, but it's worth a try. Let them be who they are. You can choose to forgive them too, right? And if possible, love them. If you can't, at least forgive them and keep away. And I always feel lighter when I let go. I can't say, I think these days I get angrier than I used to. Not everyone makes it easy, but in general, it's easier to let go than to hold on to it. You do it for yourself, if not for them.
Correct. I think, that is a beautiful thing what you said, which is like, that's what Patanjali said, Bhavana Chitta Prasadanam. It is only to keep your Chitta, the mind Prasadanam, in a beautiful state. You don't maintain any grudge on anybody, because if you get angry, they're not getting anything. You are actually getting more, away from your divine state. You are actually hurting yourself, right? So the Nirmama, there is a good example. Like, how do we know whether we are cultivating bhakti in the dimension of Nirmama? So there is this beautiful story, which is like, let's say as an example, you're here and then you get a call from a friend. You're at a vacation and the stuff, and then somebody calls you and says like, hey dude, your house is on fire, right? Something happened in the fire, right? And then you watch your response, and then you're like and that stuff, and then 15 minutes later he calls back. It's just like, hey dude, we realize that that's not your house. There is a house, your neighbor's house is on fire, not yours. If your experience is different from the first call to the second call, that means we have room to cultivate bhakti. We have room to cultivate bhakti. Cultivate grow the nirmama. And it's not just about the house. It's also about people. And that is what Krishna, right? In the Krishna's being, in the Viswaroopa, if you study all the 11 verses, part of him is like, there is next to, like there is Karna, there is Dhritarashtra, everybody is part of him. And the divine is like, divine is omnipresent, omniscient. That means the same Krishna is there in, bad stuff, the same Krishna is there in the good stuff. And it's like, some people try to own Krishna, saying that, or own the divine, which is like, Krishna is mine. Like what sometimes Satyabhama tries to do it, right? But it is like, Krishna is for everybody. So that is the nirmama. And then nirahankara. Ahankara is aham karta iti. This is all because I did it, or because I did not do it. There's something else. Nirahankara is like not maintaining any sense of doership. And then the last one is samadukka sukakshami, which is like maintaining equanimity in both up and down, in that state of situations. So this is what is the real definition of bhakti. How do you grow bhakti? Basically, it's like you are letting go of all negative emotions within you. All negative emotions and anything that actually gets into a chatter or the sense of divisions. Because bhakti is what? Ultimately, it has to experience that oneness. There is no you. There is only one Krishna, or there is only that cosmic perception, the self, the Purusha. All these other things, the mind and the center Prakriti creates the duality, the sense of separation. And the real way to do the bhakti is to let go of all the negative emotion, just maintain prema. And that is what is defined. And this thing blew me away, because until that time, I thought bhakti meant is like, I need to like, I have to light so many candles, I have to do this many rotations. And, when I was a kid, my dad, I don't know how many times he tonsured my head. That was an expression of bhakti. In fact, my name, what used to be a GS, it was known as Gundu Srinu. So it's like every time, we have to celebrate bhakti, that means he has to, shave my head. But instead he could have said like, dude, you could have done any of this. Huh? Cheppandi, Shanti garu, cheppandi.
Sorry, sir. ఇది నేను వాల్యూమ్ తక్కువ ఉంది. I just wanted to increase. Sorry.
So that is what is, but of course, it doesn't mean that those acts are not there, because as long as they were celebrated, actually, I used to enjoy, because I used to get a cap. But I think it's more than the acts. It's about cultivating the nature. What we are doing is we are moving away from the human with mixed emotions. You're just transcending to becoming complete prema murtis. Right? You're becoming an embodiment of love. So the process of cultivating is we have to work towards ridding of all negative things, only look at everything as positive. And that is the right way to perceive bhakti. And in fact, when I was listening to one of Sarvapriyananda talks, he basically is like, I think on one of the, I think Christmas days or something like that, he actually talked on the right perception. And then he was talking about the Sermon on the Mount, and then, we study it. The Sermon on the Mount literally has the same parallel to the Bhakti movement. I mean, basically, it's like, thou shalt love thy God. Basically, it's like, you love God the way you love yourself, right? You love God, and then you surrender unto me with all thy soul and thy neighbor as thyself. And then he extends that to, just like how you love me and surrender unto me, as completely surrender unto me, love your neighbor as you yourself, as like myself. And that's what Sermon on the Mount said. And then there's a lot of commentary by some of from Vivekananda to a lot of people. In fact, Gandhi, in one of his quotes, when he was young, when he studied all the Gita in depth, and when he was being requested by a lot of people when he was in London, he was like, hey, move to Christianity or some stuff. So he studied all the religions, but he finally said, I like the dimensions of Christianity. And he's like, if I were to understand the Sermon on the Mount correctly, I don't mind calling myself a Christian, because it's exactly like what is being said in the Gita. And then he finally said, like, when I've studied all my scriptures and everything that is mentioned in there, from Isha Upanishad to all the Upanishads to, and Rama, and he finally basically is like, Rama is what he surrendered to. But I think, the essence of all bhakti movements is to seek that oneness. And you become an embodiment of love. If anybody is cultivating hatred in the form of bhakti, then they are actually moving away from the divine. Moving away from the divine. That is the right thing. Do we all agree with this?
Yeah.
Right. So then,
Yes.
then the Shanti Garu, anything that you would want to add? I know, because you study Bhagavad Gita for a much long time, and you have a dedicated group that Sriramji is also part of you, and with Raju Garu in Temple, Texas. Any insights that you would offer us?
Yeah, you have said the main points to get rid of the negativity, and you have to have love for everything. Even if you think they have negative attitude, you can mold it by changing your attitude about their thinking or their way of doing things. The only thing is we have to change ourselves. We cannot change anybody else.
Correct.
That's the one I was thinking.
And the Vaja parenting, that's exactly right. Like what Buddha and all these people have said. That's why they were able to create I think this path yields more sustainable, long-lasting results at a much larger scale. But in the near term, it may not look like it is yielding the results.
Yes.
So we get confused with the myopic, time frame. That is the reason why Buddha was able to change the entire, in his vicinity of the mankind to follow the path of love and non-violence and compassion and all that stuff. In fact, I actually believe that Buddha was one of the greatest manifestation of bhakti. A lot of people think that Buddha is a clinical Raja Yoga thing, but his entire thing is one of the greatest expression of bhakti. and Buddha, and of course we can see that from Gandhi, and even Vivekananda, one of the greatest Advaita, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Ramana Maharshi, they're all Advaita scholars, where they don't even go to this Viswaroopa, they actually go transcend that into uniting with the Nirguna Brahma, the Satchidananda Rupam, which doesn't have any manifested form. Still, from that thing, in fact, in Vivekananda used to say, it's like, I became a slave to Mother Kali, and which is essentially the theme of this Navarathri. So it's like, she owns me. She's making me do all this work. She only because of her power, her influence, he had to travel all the way here. And Ramakanji, tells me all the stories about ISKCON Foundation, how, Ramakanji, you want to say, your interpretation of how a 60-year-old just sailed a ship and then created this movement? It's just bhakti.
Absolutely. Yeah. Gives the energy, right? So even while he was coming to US, they suggested him, hey, your age is done. Please don't go and trouble yourself. Right? So 69 age to 82, right? Everything changed. And at 81. So just within 12 years, whatever we see ISKCON today is all the magic that happened within 12 years.
Yeah. So we don't actually have to do is like youth can only do this. The seed of bhakti, when you are involved in it, here is my take on it. I think the divine doesn't have any explicit form, in the limited vision that we are playing in this, right? The form is there when you have the Divyam Dadamite Chakshuhu. But the divine is always looking for this costumes who have this, who are in the path of cultivating bhakti. Then the divine uses you as the vehicle to do its job. The Kali was using Ramakrishna Paramahamsa to make a Vivekananda, and then that Kali expressed herself through Vivekananda, where that Advaita movement is still, it's thriving, and it's growing now. It's actually being part of more universities than ever before, where the study of the consciousness and the oneness is being happened. It's all the Kali's manifestation, or at least that's what Vivekananda felt. And as Ramakanji said, the Chaitanya Prabhu at the age of 60 is being possessed by the Krishna movement. And now, which is like, it's a pervasive thing. So there is no time. We all can say, it's like, I wish I could be 8 years or 6 years like Srija, but, it doesn't matter. We can be 50, 60, 70, and we can start the journey there. Because at the end of the day, we are infinite. There is no time for our scale. So the next one is, we move back to the 6th chapter, where the other dimension of the bhakti, which is like, you start reading of all the negative emotions, cultivate more of positive love and compassion, the friendliness. And then the second way to cultivate bhakti is revealed by Bhagavan Krishna in the 6th chapter. Srijamma, you want to sing this?
Yes. Yo mam pashyati sarvatra sarvam chamai pashyati tasyaham na pranashyami sachamena pranashyati.
Wow. So what it essentially saying is, now once you are becoming more of that positive, an embodiment of love and the positive emotion, then the second dimension is, now see me everywhere, in every way. Who sees me everywhere and see all things in me? Who can see Krishna in Shiva, Shiva in Krishna? In fact, there was this beautiful story. There's a funny story, which is like, Shiva is sometimes, referred to as Rameshwara, or, there is a Rameshwaran temple also. And then all these sages, and some of them had a doubt. is this Rameshwaram? Is this Rama's Ishwara or Ishwara's Rama? They wanted to figure out who is inside who. Or because at the end of the day, they wanted to figure out like who is the hierarchy, who is the topper, who is the higher tier. So they first go to Vishnu. And then basically says like, hey, we have this doubt, we have this inquiry. This is Rameshwara, which is like, does it mean, are you Rama is Ishwara's, or is Ishwara part of you? Then Vishnu apparently says like, dude, it is the way it is broken up. It's like, I am Ishwara's. I am Ishwara's servant, or I am part of Ishwara. Then everybody is like, so delighted. I mean, of course, some of the Vishnu Bhaktas, they were a little bit sad, but, everybody says like, okay, since the Bhagavan said, this is like, okay, we need to simply accept, whatever our Bhagavan said. And but then there's like, maybe somebody might have felt, I wish we had started with Shiva right at the beginning. And then, but all the Shivas, then again, they go to Shiva, to celebrate Shiva's victory and then, anoint him as like the supreme being. And they all go to Shiva. And then it's like, hey, we all come here to celebrate, your victory. Now we are going to declare you as the supreme. You are the infinite. And then, there is a hierarchy underneath you is Vishnu. And then, they're going to blow up this entire hierarchy. And then they basically, and then Shiva is like, hold on. It's just like, no, the way to implement is like, I am Rama's Ishwara. I belong to him. He fooled you. And then they get a little bit into it's like, what the hell is this? And then suddenly the other people are like, it's like, no, we knew this. We knew that, Vishnu was the top, that Shiva was part of this. But then they basically say like then the right Viveka prevailed. It's just like, ooh, there is something. And then Narada shows up with his Bhakti Sutras. It's like, then they say like, what is this? We went there and that guy says like this guy says that. And then, we are being tricked. And then Narada basically says like, dude, what part of this is you don't understand? They are actually one. They are the same thing. It's just that, they choose different manifestations, but they are one and the same. For those, they would want to see you as like a serpent and this and stuff, for them, it appears like the Shiva. For those, they want to say Shankha Chakra Gada, it appears like this. But that's basically is the oneness. So Mam Pashyati. And then those who cultivate this vision to be able to see me in everywhere, and see me is like, see the divine, see that Nitya Sucha Sukha Atma Purusha, and then see everything, including yourself, in that. For those people, I am never lose them, and then they never lose me. This is what the true definition of praptasya prapti, nivrittasya nivritti. If you think that you're losing something, you're only losing something that you've already lost. Like your body and your mind, whatever you think as, the things that are yours, you only lose those things that were never part of you. Those things you already lost. It's just that, you're just trying to see. And then whatever you're gaining, praptasya prapti, those are all the things that are already there. That is your very nature, the Krishna Tattvam. That's only the thing that you're trying to gain. So that's what is the essence of this. So the last sloka for today is like, okay, now the third dimension is like, okay, now in the devotion, we know how to cultivate. Then what are the right acts? How do we celebrate? What are the right offerings to the God? And then this is what Krishna says. Krishna, Shrija?
Yes. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhaktyupahritam ashnami prayatatmanaha.
This is again another a big what do you call it? It's like, grand eye-opening to me when Sri Ramji explained this sloka to me. And so what the context for it is like, what are the right offerings for the divine? People who are cultivating the bhakti. We always basically say is like, bhakti means, unfortunately, it has become a transactional game, either out of fear or either out of wanting something. Or what Bhagavan said is, I don't need diamonds, I don't need kiritams, I don't need, somebody's hair or any of these things. the real offerings to me are patram, pushpam, palam, toyam. I want a leaf, a flower, a small fruit, and some small water. Those are the four things are the greatest offerings to me. Somebody gives me with love and with that positive nature and with the cultivation to be able to see me everywhere and see everything in me. With that, with those things, what Bhagavan actually says, like, I appreciate, he expresses a sense of gratitude to those who offer those things. And then when I read this thing, and then I was like, then I started inquiring somebody about, what are some of the things. The more and more people now following Bhagavad Gita and this stuff, including my mom. My mom now says us like, Andra, every day I make sure that there is a leaf, there is a fruit, there is a flower, and there is some water that I'm offering to the divine because it was said so. But there is a deeper layer of meaning. There's a deeper layer of meaning. The first one, patram. Patram refers to our body and the mind, the costume that was given to us as on lease. And the first thing it says, like, treat it like a divine offering to the God. That means we have to keep it strong and clean. Because this is the vehicle that we have to do all the work. Like, Chaitanya Prabhu, what he has done for this ISKCON, it could only be done through this costume. What Vivekananda was done was only through this costume. What Veda Vyasa has done only through the costume is mind and the body. And what Srija is doing only through her costume. And what Priya ji and Savitha ji, all of us are doing this is through only the costume. So for us to be able to do this work, we have to keep it fit. Positive, harmonious, keep it fit and clean. But just like the leaf, a leaf is, its nature is that it is going to fall off from the tree. And so that nirmama, maintain a sense of it's not mine, but I'm the custodian. So sometimes, we see like many of us, we are buying nowadays, BMW X7 or the brand new Teslas, $100,000, $150,000. For the Teslas, we always keep it a maintenance. We keep it clean. We always wash it and everything. But for the body, we don't even do yoga every day. We put all kinds of stuff in it. So what Bhagavan said is, treat your body and mind as my blessings and my offerings to me. If it is something as an offering, do we keep it unhealthy? No. Do we keep it unclean? No. Do we keep it with negative emotions? No. But while you keep it positive, now, we do all the push-ups and then we get some muscles. And then he says like, then you get into moha. He says like, that is only there to serve some purpose. You just need to cultivate an attitude of just, it's a leaf, it's going to drop off someday. It's a small wind, a season comes and then it just does its own nature. Because that is not your anyway. You are part of the Krishna anyway. That is patram. And then the second one is pushpam. Pushpam is a flower. We have to maintain this love and expansion, the compassion. Like a flower, we're always blossoming with love and positiveness to everybody. Sarva Bhutana. We're always exuding the positivity and the friendliness and the maitri and karuna and the love. And then the phalam and the fruit. Fruit is all the results of your action, good and bad. Offer it like a fruit to the God. It all starts with doing the right thing. Like the patram, you keep it fit, you keep it this, you do your work. But then from there, whatever comes in, offer it as a fruit. And then the toyam, water. Water essentially means it's the tears of gratitude. We always need to have the tears of gratitude. And there is a beautiful quote from Buddha. It says, you have no cause for anything but gratitude and joy. Any emotion, any situation, there are only two reasons. They have to be powered from a sense of joy and gratitude. And that is what we always are maintaining, that sense of the tears of gratitude and joy, every experience. You get into an accident, your house is on fire, you win a lottery, you earn something in stock, you do something, and everything it gets rooted from that expression of gratitude and joy. So this is the real essence of the bhakti. It's beyond the rituals. It's about our way of life. It's our very nature. And then when we cultivate this form, we become nothing like we are the Krishnas. We're always joyful. We're all becoming, now we see everybody in ourselves and we see ourselves in everybody. There is that sense of oneness. So that is the moment. What Swami Prabhupada does is close your eyes, open your heart and feel the emotion, feel the bhakti, a sense of expansion, tears of gratitude and joy, and feel that Krishna, the naughty Krishna, in all the forms and all the playfulness. This is not seriousness. This is being playful. And that's how the Krishna Tattvam was invented, with all the beautiful stories. In fact, even Vyasa, after he did so much work, like Vedas, Bhagavatam, he basically is like, covered everything, but he had a sense of void, still sense of void. And then Narada asked him to write Bhagavatam, to explore the dimension of bhakti, the playfulness. And that's when he culminates, and he connects truly with the Krishna within. So that's our very nature. So going forward, we are all, I know we're already that. We're already that love embodiments. And, now, I know Priya is already there. She's always have this eternal, perpetual love affair with Krishna. And, she even fed a tomato to Rama or something like that, right? In the Sri Ram Navami. Priyaji, right? Was that right?
Yeah, and yesterday I put zucchini in my kheer.
Oh my God.
It tasted good, but I just wanted him to eat vegetables.
I think your playfulness is actually getting zucchini and kheer. First time I heard that. That's beautiful. So that is the dimension of bhakti. And even just by being with all of you and seeing all these beautiful manifestations, I mean, it's just like, it feels so great. So anybody have any thoughts, comments?
Trini, I really liked one thing you said. Remember you said, if you hear that your house is burning and then you find out it's your neighbors, if your reaction is different, then you have a lot of work to do on. I think that was very, very succinctly and, to the point. Very, very well put. Because if you cannot see everybody the same way you see yourself, then it means you have a lot to evolve. You're not evolved yet, despite all that you've accomplished. And I think that empathy and that feeling of, I think that's where that oneness comes into play. I think there's no better way to put that. I really like it.
Actually, that is a simple filter, right? Which is like, we all think that we're all prachodayat. Prachodaya says we are all moving in that direction of oneness. For that direction of oneness, that is a kind of the filter. It's just like, is the house burning or neighbor's house burning? And do you feel the same sense of oneness?
I think it's also about learning to put yourself in other people's shoes. I mean, when you try to have an association with somebody in your life, it's important to think what you bring to their life also, and not just see, oh, how will I benefit from this association? I think I somehow feel that all of that comes together in what you said, right? So it's also about seeing other people as you see yourself. And I really like that. I think I'm going to use it somewhere when I preach to my nephews and nieces, maybe.
I mean, that's a very simple filter that we can do, right? Which is like I think what I've heard is you can still be in grihastra, you can still be married, like Yagyavalka married, I think 2 or 3 wives and all this stuff. But it is, the knowledge feels good to hear, to put that into practice in the world that we live in. it's very difficult. And that is the reason why some of us take many lifetimes. So we have so many chances. We have so many chances actually to get it right. The best thing is we're all going to get it right. It's just that, how many innings do you want to play? And unlike baseball or cricket, test match, it's like there are no 2 innings or 9 innings. You take your own time at your own pace, celebrate it, but then finally get to that nirmama state where my house burning and somebody else's house burning are one and the same. That's when you become the Krishna.
Yeah.
So for that we have unlimited innings. So,
but if you have a bucket of water in your hand, which house you're going to put, Priya?
It depends on who's inside the house.
Exactly.
Hey, what if
somebody? If there was somebody there there was a child in the other house and I only had things in my house, I will obviously pour in that house.
What there are people in your house too? Your loved ones.
My loved ones. I don't know. I'll have to see which can be salvaged better.
Actually,
will my bucket put out more far? I mean, sorry.
Actually, why don't you? Actually, how about I suggest an experiment? Why don't you become neighbors?
You no ways.
and then maybe do a little bit of I don't want to do any fire, but then do a small experiment.
We will pull each other's hair.
No, but that's.
Okay, speaking of hair, I just wanted to add.
I will drive up crazy for sure.
Oh, you already do, and I do too. So, so we have a very good long distance relationship where she does my Costco grocery and we meet once in a while. So please don't ruin that for me. So anyway, speaking of hair, I just wanted to add something. You spoke about tonsure, Srini. The reason, there is a reason to every ritual that we follow in Hinduism. It's a pity that people do not understand the reason behind it. So when you spoke of the tonsure, it relates to nirahankara. It relates to you not developing attachment to physical beauty. It relates to you being able to accept another person with, hair is something that is a very integral part of the physical appearance and the whole idea of beauty to most human beings. Right, so we associate long hair, beautiful hair with beautiful people, and I think the giving that up was considered one of the most bigger sacrifices, and that is why this practice came into play. So I think nirahankara.
Correct. I think you said it right, but don't do that to a kid in his school. Where
my
he's
dad
trying
did it 9 times. In every school photo, I'll have little stub like half the time I look like a boy. So.
Actually, and it was like, even when I tried to, I was barely struggling to go to REC Warangal. I was like, is anybody looking at me? I was trying to find my footing with my bicycle. And then, there is a gundu. And I was like, dude. And then at that time, it's like, if my dad, first of all, I don't know. He's trying to do is like so that I don't fall sick or whatever. But he has, or he's just like, if I do his stunt. The thing is, absolutely, that is the essence. It is a gundu is like, that is the reason why people who are in the way, the padshalas and this stuff, their costume is to be gundu, so that we actually maintain the thing. But people who are in the materialistic world at the time, you can do it. But I think, regardless of this, but it is nothing to do, like going back to, it's like, how do we explain that to us? Like, hey, dude, the reason why we are doing this tonsure is so that, we maintain humility. We don't have this and this and stuff. If that is the right dharma, we can do it. So now the best part is we are interpreting the essence now. And we want to tie, whenever the ritual, the practice that we're doing is we're trying to establish the essence. Once you connect with that oneness, then we celebrate the bhakti. That's what Madhusudana Saraswati says. Bhaktyadi kalpitam advaitam ati sundaram. You first go down to the oneness of the essence, get that connection, build on that foundation, then you celebrate bhakti. That is so more beautiful than the dry advaita. And that is the right thing. I mean, that's what even Bhagavad Gita says, you know, explain all this Sankhya and all this scientific and this stuff. But then it's like, dude, for you to get to this, you need to get to the Bhakti. And then one comment that you basically say is like, when you are in the Bhakti state, when you cultivate the Bhakti, then you don't really use mind as much, the intellect, where you have to, like, do I have to do this? Because at that time, what happens is then the Purusha kicks in, the Krishna Tattvam kicks in. You're operating mostly from your intuition. When there are two houses that are burning, you don't even think like, you know, should I put here and then doing the, like, is there a child here? Is there in the stuff? You just go do it. And then whatever you do, that becomes the right thing. That's the power of intuition. You know, that is what the more you act with the mind and the intellect and this stuff, you know, then it is like, you know, being controlled by Prakriti. And if you control your nature, but you still fall into the nature of the karma thing. But when you're doing the Krishna Tattvam, then you transcend this. When you operate from a sense of bhakti, then whatever you do, it becomes right. So that is the right thing. So now I see, like, you know, we also have our Asthana classical singers, Kiran and her daughter. You know, they just came from Hanuman temple. So we call them as Asthana musicians. Kiran Garu?
I love to hear Kiran sing.
Okay, chalo. And is our Krishna there, Gopi?
The little Krishna is here.
Sounds good. So now, you know, our we refer to Kiran's family as our Asthana musicians, a singer. You know, that's our band also. That is the YEC band, actually, right? So with that, you know, the stage is all yours, Kiran and Samskriti.
Yes. So Sanskriti will be joining in a couple of minutes, but we thought Shouryan would sing some opening prayers.
Oh, wow.
Everybody. Hi. Hi.
Hi, Shouryan.
Happy Dasra, everyone.
So, Kiran, how was the festival? How was the temple experience this evening?
So temple experience was actually very nice, Srini. I thought it would be very crowded and all, but apparently temple celebrated Dasara yesterday itself. So today it was like very optimal. It, you know, all the auspiciousness was there, but also the crowd was like moderate. And they had a beautiful decorations of, like, you know, Durga, Ashtalakshmi. We call like the Shaka, all the vegetables, right? Vegetables, fruits we organize in Bhadrakali temple, if you remember. So they did something like that at a very large scale.
Shakambari Devi.
Shakambari Devi, yes.
Oh, wow. And Krishna.
Hi, and everybody, happy Dasara to all of you.
Happy Dasara. We were all talking about you all along. Today is all dedicated to you, celebrating Krishna Tattvam. It's all Gopi.
So nice, guys. So nice. We are just catching up. I know we have missed some part of it, and we'll be here cherishing a few more moments.
Oh, but one thing out of all the things, I mean, let me capture the highlights. Like, you know, Savitha ji started with singing Durgashtakam. And then the most magical thing, we are going to do this as more of a regular practice, how much ever we can get it. Ramakanji's daughter, Srija, she sang the Bhagavad Gita shlokas. So the best part is, for everybody's benefit, what we have done now is I only explain the meaning and then she sings the shlokas. And what a beautiful experience. I mean, her voice and this, everything is like so much poise. And that was the highlight of the experience. And then Priya sang Ashtalakshmi Stothram, and that was mind-boggling. And then we went into the Bhakti Yoga, Viswaroopa Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Those are the two that we just covered. So now the stage is set for keerthanas or the shlokas.
Nice, nice.
Shouryan? Can you sing some opening prayers? Okay. Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirviknam Kuru Me Deva Sarva Karyeshu Sarvata Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini
Vidyarambam karishyami siddhir me sada sada shiva sara samarambam shankaracharya madhyamam अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां समस्तजनकल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरं वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचारूर्य मध्यमं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं रामाय रामभद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेदसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताया पतये नमः.
Wow. The Shouryan, one assignment for you and Sujit. Maybe you should compose these slokas. Maybe
that will be fun, like
fusion. Maybe you can also do some fusion. Yeah, that's cool. It's awesome. So Kiran garu, avishkarinchandi.
Ayyo, adem ledu. We'll sing together. So probably nenu anukunnanu couple of options. Ganga Stothram, if you're familiar, I just ఎప్పుడో నేర్చుకున్నాను, but I'm like kind of feeling the high energy that Stothram has. So I thought I'll share some stanzas. It's a very long Stothram kada, so I'll sing like few 2 to 3 stanzas in there.
Oh, love it. Yeah.
So give me 1 second. So this is like Ganga Stothram. It's actually written by Adi Shankaracharya and basically like God is Ganga protecting us and purifying us ani antar kada. So probably like few stanzas from there. देवी सुरेश्वरि भगवति गंगे त्रिभुवनतारिणि तरलतरंगे शंकर मौलि विहारिणि विमले मम मतिरास्तां तव पदकमले भागीरथि सुखदायिनि माता तव जलमहिमां निगमे ख्याता नातर्गंगे त्वय्यो भक्तः किल तं दृष्ट्युं नयमः शक्तः हरिपदपाद्यतरङ्गिणि गङ्गे हिमविधुमुक्ता धवलतरङ्गे दूरीकृत मम दुष्कृतिभारं कुरु कृपया भवसागरपारं तव जलममलं येन निपीतं परमपदं खलु येन गृहीतं मातर्गङ्गे त्वय्यो भक्तः किल तं द्रष्टुं य नमः शक्तः पतितो धारिणि जाह्नवी गङ्गे खण्डितगिरिवरमण्डितभङ्गे भीष्मजननि हे मुनिवरकन्ये पतितनिवारिणि त्रिभुवनधन्ये कल्पलतामिव फलदां लोके प्रणमति तस्त्वां न पतति शोके पारावारविहारिणि गङ्गे विमुखयुवति कृत तरलापाङ्गे जय जय गङ्गे जय हर गङ्गे जय जय गङ्गे जय हर गङ्गे. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Very nice, Kiran.
Very, very nice. It's been such a long time since we heard your voice. It's like, just brought back. Do you know meaning of any of these lines?
So I know some. Actually, I was actually reading through some of the meaning. Maybe I can just pull it up while anybody shares. Like if you have heard of Ganga Stothram before.
No, I've not heard it. I was trying to make listen to it, and they make it. The beautiful thing is, while you're looking at it, the Shankara actually, Shantigaru, I don't know if you have any insight on this, but Shankara, after he mastered the Advaita, just like Vyasa, then he started getting into more of this bhakti. There's so many things that flowed from him, like, Ajam Nirvikalpam, Ganesha Stothram, and then Kanakadhara Stothram, celebrating Lakshmi, and then Ganga Stothram, his expression of bhakti, when it finally culminated, the beautiful things that came out of it. Everything is so melodious. Shantigaru, any ideas that you have for the Ganga Stotram?
That shows how much, mostly the way he interprets is like surrendering kind of thing. He goes to the bottom of the feet of any god, and he sings from his heart, the bottom of his heart. That's why it is so popular, and you feel that it is meant for us, not for only highly educated people, but it's like for everyone. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I mean, you said it so beautifully, and I think when Priya sings few lines from Kanakadhara Stothram, when that connects me so much, particularly the last lines, Avalokayama Makinchananam, or something like that. So, Kiran, while you're waiting, I mean, I think you have many more turns. So, Priya, you want to sing your Kanakadhara Stotram? Oh, Samskriti is also here. Hi, Samskriti. You know that you're part of you're part of the YEC band, right?
Yeah.
You're part of the YEC band. You're also YEC entrepreneur. You're part of the YEC yoga leader. Everything, all dimensions. So, do you have any offering for us?
No. You have something to share? Yeah.
You sing? Or while you're waiting, Priya, how about we do that? Because we're talking about Shankara. You want to sing your Kanakadhara Stotram? Be naughty with your mistake.
I don't mind, but I want to hear Samskriti sing. I really enjoyed it. I missed it last time, but I've enjoyed her conversations in the entrepreneurship series. Can she say can she sing something little, something small? Samskriti? I missed her singing last time. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we should go ahead with her, Srini. Then I'll try I'll make my attempt at Kanakadhara.
सारसमुखी सकल भाग्यदे श्री चामुण्डेश्वरी 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 सारसमुखी मार्जनक सोदरी मार्जनक सोदरी मार्जनक सोदरी जनक सोदरी मार जनक सोदरी मार जनक सोदरी महिषासुर सूदनी अम्बा मार जनक सोदरी महिषासुर सूदनी अम्बा सारसमुखी सकल भाग्य दे श्री चामुंडेश्वरी सारसमुखी.
It was lovely. And for Vijayadashmi, you sang Mahishasura Mardini Stothram. Is very
Beautiful.
nice.
Yeah, very nice.
Very nice, sweetie.
Thank you.
And Shanti Garu and Satyam Garu, you should meet this family. I mean, they've been with us. I mean, with me. We've been doing joint yoga programs from, I think, now 2018 onwards. The entire family. And
Wow.
and then it just came to know that they're also from Warangal. And in fact, Kiran is also my junior from NIT Warangal. And of course,
met Kiran.
You met Kiran? Of course. Event technical sir kada?
When you had the housewarming, I think he came in.
Correct. So it's just, but of course, Kiran is also a topper in our class, unlike me. So another thing.
How about home?
How about?
At his home.
I think this is cool. So, Priya, you want to sing the Kanakadhara Stothram? I know we've been putting that on hold for some time. Actually, let's see what Shankara has to say.
Okay, you guys, all of you have to bear with me. Again, like I said, I've not had a lot of practice and I want to do justice. I'm quite nervous. Give me 2 minutes, Jill.
Yeah. So while you are waiting, actually, here is a deal. Whoever is on the call today, everybody would have to do something. An offer of expression of bhakti, something. It could even be a joke or something. All dimensions of the moment you are guarded, then that is moving away from bhakti. That means you have negative emotions, inhibitions, and all that stuff.
Okay.
So
I'll sing a bhajan.
Sing
a small bhajan.
Love it.
Since we are talking about Krishna, I'll sing this small bhajan. Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda Hari Narayana Hari Om Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda Hari Narayana Hari Om Hari Kesava Hari Govinda Hari Narayana Hari Om Hari Kesava Hari Govinda Hari Narayana Hari Om Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda Hari Narayana Hari Om Vanamali Murali Kari Govardhana Giri Varadari Vanamali Murali Kari Govardhana Giri Varadari नित नित कर माखन चोरी गोपी मनहारी नित नित कर माखन चोरी गोपी मनहारी हरि सुंदर नंद मुकुंदा हरि नारायण हरि ओम हरि केशव हरि गोविंदा हरि नारायण हरि ओम आओ रे नाचो रे गोकुल के प्यारे आओ रे नाचो रे रास न जाओ रे Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Kesava Hari Govinda, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Sundara Nanda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Narayana Hari Om, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. What a blessing. Beautiful, Adi.
Very, very beautiful.
That was a beautiful bhajan. I've never heard that. I'd like to learn it.
Oh,
actually.
really? Oh,
I've never heard this one. I want to learn this. Thank you.
Shanti Garu, do you have any bhajan satsang that happens in
Yes.
Plano?
Yes.
So when
Everywhere. We have groups in everywhere. We have, Vishnu Sahasranamam group, Lalita Sahasranam group, all groups are there. But Sai group also there. Because of COVID, we don't get together, but we have Dr. Raju, you must be knowing it. And
I only heard of him, but I haven't connected. I need to actually go meet him. Temple lo untar kada. He lives in Temple.
Temple, Texas, yeah.
Most probably he'll be moving to McKinney area. I'll let you know.
Oh, wow. Actually, I need to meet him one of these days because most of this is, we're all in the same circle, Sriramji and we're all.
Yeah, Sriram and...
we used to have 10 years with Sri Ramji and we used to sing every day. We had to sing in the morning.
I know. This is actually we need to. What I learned, Andy. I mean, we all actually, because when I went to Shivananda Ashram, and I spent 14 days, Shivananda yoga training, bhajan and nada yoga is an important part of yoga sadhana. In fact, whenever your mind is a little bit in a turbulent thing, they basically use bhajan as a way to settle the mind. And one of the ingredients of bhajan is they should not be complex. They should be simple things, and then simple thing and more rhythmic, so that everybody should sing. That is the only thing. Bhajan is like, you are using the sound, vibration, and the rhythm and the sound of the music. You're using all these things to immediately get to the state of this. And then once you get to that bhajan, the state of centeredness, then you can actually do a little bit of meditation, right? If in that's okay to that. So that is one of the techniques which they actually do it. So bhajan is actually the very simple, accessible tool that is available. In fact, when you want to do meditation, yoga, you need all these prerequisites. If you want to learn Sankhya, you need to do some prerequisites. Bhakti is the only one. Bhajan is the only one. There's no prerequisite. You just have to come and just play it. Use your voice.
I just enjoy it more than, Bhakti. I don't know what Bhakti I have, but I really enjoy listening or learning even at this age. So
husbands have more Bhakti, So he is leaving that to us.
Exactly. Actually, Shanti Garu, since you are there, because I'll tell you one joke. One of my close friends, who is a co-founder of me, we built a company together. His name is Shekhar, and he's a very playful guy. Just like Satyam Garu, he doesn't do any chants, any bhajans, and anything. All he does is, he basically makes sure that, and his wife recites a Rudram, Namakam every day, sings all the bhajans, and all the profit is going to him, Shekhar. Similarly, all the bhajans who are doing it.
Satyam does bhajan.
I see. Satyam Garu mana bhajan. So then we need to create a bhajan group here then.
Yeah, once in a while we should do that. Yeah.
Once in a while. But you get the profit from Shanti Garu almost every day bhajan.
Oh God. I thought you would say the other way, no?
I see. No, we do the bhakti in a different way. So that's how the partnership works. But thank you so much, Andy, Shanti Garu. I think we need to see how we can be part of your bhajan group, so that we can all share the joy and multiply. Yeah. And it's beautiful. If Rajugar actually comes here to Frisco and McKinney area, that will be a fantastic thing, actually.
Yeah, I'm in touch with him, and I'll let you know.
Yep. Good. So Next one, who is going? Kiran, and I think the next is, I think Vijay Garu is going to do something after Priya and Kiran do something. And then we're going to have Umaji share some dimension of love. And then we're going to go back to Savitha Garu. So Priya, you want to go?
Okay, again, please bear with me, people. So it's a very beautiful but complex stotra. I don't have a lot of practice. I'll try my best. I was very nervous about how I'm going to pronounce it and the tune and everything. So, if not this time, next time I'll get it right. So.
You have as many innings as you want to do it. The stage is here, field is here. Just all you have to do is come and bat.
Okay, I'll start, Srini. Gam Hare Pul. One second, let me start. Hangam Hare Pulaka Pushanamashrayanti Pringanganeva Mukulabaranam Tamalam Angikruta Kila Viputira Leela Mangalyadastu Mama Mangala Devataya Mukta Muhir Vidati Vatena Murare Prematrapa Pranihitani Kata Katani Mala Trushor Madhukariva Miha Pelaya Same Shriyanti Satu Sakara Sambhavaya Amilitachamadikam Yamuta Mukuntam Anandakandamanimeshamana Nangatantram Ake Karastita Kaninika Pakshmanetram Udyai Devin Mama Pujanga Sayanganaya Avantare Madhujita Shrita Kaustubeya Haravaliva Harinilamayi Vipadi Kama Prada Bhagavato Bikadakshamala Kalyanamavahatu me Kamalalaya Kalam Pudali Laliturasi Kaitapare Tara Teras Puritaya Taditanganeva Madhu Samasta Jagata Mahaniya Murti Padrani Meti Sadhu Bhargavanandanaya Praptam Padam Pradhamatha Kalu Yatra Pravat Mangalya Paji Madhumadini Manmidana Maya Vedattadiha Mantramishanartam Mandalasam Samakaralaya Kanyakaya Vishwamarindra Padavipramata Tacham Ananta Heturatikam Muravitvishovi Ishannishidadumaikshanatam Mintivarodara Suehatara Mintraya Ishta Vishishta Madayobi Ayatayatra Trishtya Trivishta Papadam Sulabam Labante Trishtihi Prishta Kamalotarati Prishtam Pushtim Krishtishta Mama Pushkara Vishtaraya Tatyatayanubhavanutra Vinambudara मस्मिन्न किञ्चन विहिङ्गसचौ विषन्ने दुष्कर्म कर्म मम पनीयसिराय दूरम् नारायण प्रणये नयनाम्बुवाः कीर्ते वदेदि गरुडध्वज सीन्दरीति सागम्बरीति शशिशेखर वल्लभेति सृष्टिस्थिति प्रलय केलिषु संस्थिताय तस्यै नमः श्रीभुवनैककुरोस्कतरुण्यै सृष्ट्यै नमोऽस्तु शुभकर्म फलप्रसीद्यै रत्यै नमोऽस्तु रमणीय गुणार्णवायै सत्यै नमोऽस्तु सदभद्रनिकेतनायै पुष्ट्यै नमोऽस्तु पुरुषोत्तमवल्लभायै नमोऽस्तु नालीकनिबाननायै नमोऽस्तु दुःखदोदति जन्मभूम्यै नमोऽस्तु सोमामृतसोदरायै नमोऽस्तु नारायण वल्लभायै नमोऽस्तु देहे माभूजै पीठिकायै नमोऽस्तु भूमण्डलनायिकायै नमोऽस्तु देवादिदयपरायै नमोऽस्तु सर्गायुधवल्लभायै नमोऽस्तु देव्यै रुकुनन्दनायै नमोऽस्तु विष्णोरुरसिस्थितायै नमोऽस्तु लक्ष्म्यै कमलायै नमोऽस्तु दामोदरवल्लभायै नमोऽस्तु कान्त्यै कमलेक्षणायै नमोऽस्तु बोध्यै भुवनप्रसूद्यै नमोऽस्तु देवादिप्रार्चितायै नमोऽस्तु नन्दात्मजवल्लभायै सम्पत्कारिणि सकलेन्द्रियनन्दनानि साम्राज्यदानविभवानि सरोरुहानि वद्वन्दनानि दुरिताहरो हरेणात्यदानि मामेव मादरनिशं कलयन्तु मान्ये यत्कटाक्षसमुपासनाविधि सेवकस्य सकलार्थसम्पत् सन्तानोदिवसनाङ्गमानैः स त्वां मुरारिहृतयेश्वरीं बीज सरसिजनिलये सरोजहस्ते धवलतवां कन्दमाल्ये शोभे भगवती हरिवल्लेभं मेनान्ये त्रिभुवनभूतिकरी प्रसीद मह्यम् तिक्तस्तिवे कनककुम्भमुखाभृष्ट स्वर्वाहिनी विमलचारुजलाप्लुताङ्गीम् प्रातर्नमामि जगतां जननीमेष लोकातिनात्कृतहीनीममृताब्धिपुत्रीम् कमले कमलाक्षवल्लभे त्वं करुणापूरतरङ्गितैरपाङ्गै अवलोक्य मामनिजनानां प्रथमं पाद्रमकृति कृत्रिमं दयामयाः स्तुवन्ति ये स्तुतिप्रमीन् प्रणवहं त्रयीमयीं त्रिभुवनमातरं रमां गुणातिकारा गुरुधर भाग्यभागिनो Pavanti Devi Pudapada Vitayashaha.
Actually, what a beautiful, Renisha. You got the tune right.
Yeah.
Actually, you got the tune right, and then it is a beautiful thing. I mean, I think thank you so much for actually agreeing to do this, and your voice also suits it. And if you allow me, next time when you allow it, would you allow me to sing with you?
Sure, and I'll practice. Actually, in some places I couldn't follow the tune, so I just repeated certain from the previous stanza, but I'll try harder and I'll work on the pronunciation.
We both need to do it, because now I only know by heart of some lines, the lines that I like, but there are some things that I don't come but the tune is there with me. Now you gave me the impetus to also memorize with you, and then the next thing we both are going to sing together, if you allow me.
Sure. I need to work on it too. Yeah.
So this one is one of my favorite hymns. When I first heard it and listened to the meaning, there are a few lines that I want to share my thing. So there is one line, it actually goes into Dushkarma Karma Mapaniya Chiraya Duram. So what it basically says is like, again goes back to Advesha Sarva Bhutanam. It's just like, take me all the negative emotions for me. Right? Dushkarma Karma Mapaniya Chiraya Duram. Keep me all away. Let's take over this thing. And then it actually, I sometimes sing this to Shruti. Shrutyai namostu shubha karma palapradayai. So which is like, just like the Shruti, allow me to, so the opposite of the Dushkarma Karma is like, be like Shruti, and then you are the Shruti who actually allows me to do all the good things. And then, so there's so many metaphors. I mean, the way he equates Lakshmi to elephants and brahmaras and the bees, and then her association with the Narayana Vallabhai, Shrutyai, Ratyai, Ramai, and all the different dimensions. But in the end, the thing that I fully love, every time I listen to it, there is an expansion, which is Kamale Kamalakshati Avalokayamam Akinchananam Pradamam Patram Akritrimandayayaham. So what basically says like, finally of all the celebration, it's just like Kamale Kamalayaksha Vallabe, that the Lakshmi is seated on the lotus flower. Avalokayamam, please take a glance at me. Please take a glance at me. Avalokayamam akinchananam. I'm like the poorest of the poor who has been, it's called Vyakulata. It's like, I need your love. I'm always longing for your love and your blessings. Avalokayamam akinchananam pradamam patram akritrimandayaha. Please bless me, this poorest of the soul, and give me even the tiniest of a glance. That's only Shankara could experience that level of the devotion. Like Shantigar Miranatka, it comes from the heart and the depth of the devotion. It brings it out. So that's the thing. And I also see that we are inspiring people from Warangal, and Vamshi sir son wants to sing some shlokas. Vamshi garu?
Yes, sir.
Vamshi garu, your name is Krishna. Is your son's name also Krishna?
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Ramaharshit.
Ramaharshit, sir, my name is.
Ramaharshit. I see. Wow. Asalki anni cool unnai, mastu fashion unnai, model name lani. Ramaharshit. Ma naannema naku gundu pettin Shreenan veinaru. Chalo. Ramaharshit, what do you want to sing?
Sir, 2020లో ఇక్కడ మా నాన్నకు తెలిసిన సదానందం బాబుజీ నాకు కొన్ని శ్లోకాస్ నేర్పించారు. వాటిలో నాకు 3 శ్లోకాస్ వచ్చాయి. అవి ఇప్పుడు మీకు చెప్తాను సార్. ఏవం సతత యుక్తాయ భక్తాస్వం పర్యుపాసతే ఏ చాప్యాక్షరమవ్యక్తం తేషాం కే యోగ విత్తమాః మయ్యావేశ్య మనో ఏవ నిత్యయుక్తా ఉపాసతే శ్రద్ధయా పరయోపేతా తే మే యుక్తతమా మతాః ఏత్వక్షరవనిర్దేశ్యం అవ్యక్తం పర్యుపాసతే సర్వత్ర గమచిత్యం చ కూటస్థమచలం ధ్రువం.
వావ్, అసలుకి ఇవి రామహర్షిత ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుందండి ఇంత కాన్ఫిడెన్స్, ఇంత కూర్చొని ఇంత ఉచ్చారణ, స్పష్టమైన ఉచ్చారణ అండ్ ప్రతి శబ్దము అసలుకి ఎంత రామహర్షిత. హౌ ఓల్డ్ ఆర్ యూ?
12 sir.
12. అసలుకి అసలు ఎంత ప్లీజ్ వంశీ గారు, సదానం బాబూజీ గారికి ఆఫర్ మై ప్రణామ్స్. ఎంత మంచిగా భగవద్గీత శ్లోకాలు ఉచ్చారణ, శబ్దం అన్ని చాలా స్పష్టంగా ఉన్నాయి.
చాలా బాగా చేసావు హర్షిత్.
Super.
వెరీ గుడ్.
Very good.
Very nice.
ఓకే వంశీ గారు, ఇన్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద థింగ్స్ రామహర్షిత మీరు వచ్చినా రాకుండా రామహర్షితను పంపించాను.
ఓకే, ఖచ్చితంగా సార్ పంపిస్తాను. యాక్చువల్ గా తను ఇప్పుడు ఈ సత్సంగ్ అంతా వింటూ నేను కూడా ఏదన్నా చెప్పాలి అని మళ్ళీ తను మెమరైజ్ చేసుకొని మళ్ళా దాన్ని ఇప్పుడు బైహార్ట్ చేసి తను అది ఇప్పుడు చెప్పాడు సార్. తనకి ఇట్లాంటివన్నీ ఇష్టం, చాలా ఇష్టం. కానీ నాకు సమయం దొరకకనో లేదంటే తనకు అన్ని ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఇవ్వలేకనో తను అట్లా ఉంటున్నాడు. కానీ చాలా అంటే చాలా చక్కగా చెప్తాడు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఖచ్చితంగా నేను తనని మీ సత్సంగంలో ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాను సాధ్యమైనంత వరకు.
సాధ్యమేంటి, నాకు బేసికల్గా ఏంటంటే ఎలాగూ అందరికీ ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే నేను ఏమైనా భగవద్గీత ఏమైనా చేస్తుంటే నేను పాడేదానికన్నా రామహర్షిత అని శ్రీజాని పెడితే నాకు మేలు, సమాజానికి మేలు, సత్సంగ్కి మేలు, అందరికీ శుభోదయం. అదర్వైజ్ ఎవ్రీబడి వుడ్ హావ్ టు లిసన్ టు మీ సింగింగ్. సో it's a win-win situation for the whole world. So we'll make that happen. So next, Uma garu, you need to be next in the line. So Kiran, you want to sing a keertana? Because I think we've been waiting for some of the keerthanas. We are doing a lot of hymns and stothrams. We need to get into a little bit of the lighter moment of bhakti.
Yes, sure. So actually good call. ఒకటి అన్నమయ్య కీర్తన చాలా మీ యాక్చువల్లీ శ్రీని మీరు సజెస్ట్ చేస్తారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద సజెషన్. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబల అది పాడదాం అనుకుంటున్నాను.
That's beautiful.
That's a lovely song.
It's a very like happy feel good కీర్తన, ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది. సో అండ్ పాడి రాగంలో చాలా చిన్నప్పుడు నేర్చుకున్నాను. బట్ శ్రీని రిమైండెడ్ మీ దట్ హే మేబీ దిస్ ఈస్ గుడ్ కీర్తన ఫర్ యూ టు ట్రై. సో హియర్ వి గో. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ తన చక్కెర మోవికి చాంగుబళ. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ తన చక్కెర మోవికి చాంగుబళ. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ. కులికెడి మురిపెపు కుమ్మరింపు తన సలుపు చూపులకు చాంగుబళ. కులికెడి మురిపెపు కుమ్మరింపు తన సలుపు చూపులకు చాంగుబళ. పలుకుల సొంపుల పతితో కుసరెడి చలముల ఎలుకకు చాంగుబళ. పలుకుల సొంపుల పతితో కుసరెడి చలముల ఎలుకకు చాంగుబళ. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ తన చక్కెర మోవికి చాంగుబళ. చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ. జందెపు ముత్యపు సరుల హారముల చందన గంధికి చాంగుబళ. జంధ్యపు ముత్యపు సరుల హారముల చందన గంధికి చాంగుబళ. విందై వెంకట విభు బెనచిన సంధి దండలకు చాంగుబళ. విందై వెంకట విభు బెనచిన
చినతన సంధి దండలకు చాంగుబళ చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ తన చక్కెర మోవికి చాంగుబళ చక్కని తల్లికి చాంగుబళ బళ బళ బళ.
Kiran, actually, you lighted
Very
the
nice.
very, very nice. Asaki.
Beautiful.
Beautiful part. Actually, it literally took me back to about 8-9 years ago. Actually, Shravya Rangapraveshamlo, this is one of the, I think this is the 4th or 5th song out of the about 12 songs that she should dance it for. And Vedantam Venkat, actually, I thought I talked to him. I thought he was going to join us also. Vedanta Venkat sir, he's one of the renowned Kuchipudi dancers. But the keerthanas, Annamaya garu enta sunnitamana padal chakkara, changu balla, and kusri padaltoni, enta playfulness. It's so beautiful, beautiful thing. And then Kiran's, your rendition is actually absolutely the best that I've heard.
Oh no, thank you. Thank you for the nice compliment. But it's really actually Mirante, now that you're mentioning, it's a dancer's song.
It's a Kuchipudi song. So Ramakant garu Srichar unnada?
No, he's still in his band school. He's still at school.
I was going to ask him actually to see if he does any dance for this Chakkani Talliki.
He's very shy anyways, but we'll see next time.
It is a good idea. So I think, Kiran, now I know your secret. Annamaya is one of my favorite singer. I mean, of course, Telugu, I think, he's the top, right? He's a top in the Telugu Anni Krutulu 32,000. And I think the best part is Annamaya is actually, who is the triple Vaggayakarlu? Annamaya, Tyagaya, and who is the third one?
So Annamaya is not one of the three Murti.
Oh, avuna?
Tyagaraja, Purandaradasa, Shamashastri. వాళ్ళు ముగ్గురు త్రిమూర్తులు. బట్ అన్నమయ్య మీరు అన్నట్టుగా మన తెలుగు వాగ్గేయకార. త్యాగరాజేమా లైక్ అన్ని లాంగ్వేజెస్ లో చేశారు. బట్ అన్నమయ్య కాంట్రిబ్యూటెడ్ టు ద తెలుగు కాంపోజిషన్స్ కనుక మనకి హీఈస్ లైక్ ఆల్వేస్ దట్ స్పెషల్ place in our hearts for Annamaya.
For us, it's Muttulakshmi Dikshidhar, Tyagaraja, and Shama Sastri. It's not Purandaradasa.
Sorry, I said Purandaradasa. Muthuswami Dikshidhar, yes. Purandaradasa is like the Sangeeta Pitamaha. He is the first one who put the Karnataka Sangeetam syllabus together. So Purandaradasu gave the structure. Tarvata ఈ 15th to 17th centuries లో వీళ్ళు త్రిమూర్తులు they contributed immensely to Carnatic music. Yeah, my apologies. నాకు సడన్ గా పురంధరదాస్ అని వచ్చేసింది.
I see. And the South Indian, is everybody in, I mean, we have like Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, as all of them represent all the three dimensions?
ఎందుకంటే ఒకప్పుడు there is, Priya, keep me honest here, but it was all together, right? Madras was like Telugu, Tamil, everything.
Yes, but in those days also, right? In the olden days also, I mean, they were different kingdoms, and there were parts of each kingdom and the other what current day states as well. So Carnatic music evolved as a whole, and these three are considered the three Murtis. But yes, Purandaradasa put together. I am not a trained Carnatic singer. I just
and the same thing is just like, as an example, Tyagaraja Kirtans are so famous. I mean, it's like they tell you like Marugela Rao, Raghava, Ivanni. There is like, Tyagaraja Krutulu, they are like so famous. And so it's like, it's fantastic. So what are the what are your favorite other songs, other keerthanas? Kiran?
So, actually, we were just thinking, talking about that. Any kirtana that we are learning, right? It feels like kirtan or kriti. It feels like that's the best. In that moment, it feels like this is the best I have heard or I have learned so far. When we are in that space, right? That I have felt time and again. Today actually, I am really inspired to learn that. It's Mir Vinuntaru, Priya, you might have heard this. Sri Chakra Raja
I like that a lot.
Simhastaneshwari. Oh, so it has been like, ringing in my head all
Yeah,
day today.
beautiful.
It's a beautiful song. So next time when we do this, like, yeah, I'll learn and
Please, yeah.
I'll share with all of us.
I
Cool,
love
cool.
all these, but because I'm
And
not
I
a
only know
trained
the one
singer,
first line because I have heard it. It's like just the listening skill. Sri Chakra Raja Simhasaneshwari Sri Lalita Bike. Probably Priya, you know more than.
Bhuvaneshwari.
Continue, Priya. Continue, Priya.
I know, I only know one paragraph. I like to listen to it and I like that, but I think you need some Carnatic bass to sing that fully. I only listen on YouTube and I pick up things. Srini, I can sing one song on Saraswati, but it's in Tamil. I don't think anybody else will understand, but I like it a lot.
Chalo. I think that is what it is. There is no Bhasha, there is no nothing in the Bhakti love.
Sorry, I didn't think Kiran was done. I interrupted.
No, I'm done. No, I was just sharing that, when Srini was asking what's your favorite, whichever I'm like learning or got introduced to newly, that feels like the best, really.
Actually,
But
that
my
is what.
current favorite is Sri Chakra Raja.
No, actually, that is Bhagavad Gita. Krishna plays the same naughtiness. Basically, it's like any chapter that comes in, it's like he says, like, this is the highest knowledge, this is the highest knowledge. Every day he goes, but that is how we need to feel it. The moment what I asked for is from the Viveka, the mind, which one is the best? Everything is the best. Right? I think, only when we enjoy everything that you are learning, that becomes best. I think that's when you are really enjoying the Carnatic, or the music you're actually operating from the Bhakti movement, which is fantastic.
I like Bhavayami Gopala Balam a lot.
Priya, you should do it. We can do it maybe like, you do one stanza, I do one stanza. My favorite.
I will, but I will not sing perfectly. I don't have training, right? I just listen on YouTube. So if you guys are okay, we can do it next time.
Next time, yes.
So I can sing that Saraswati song, but you wanted to do a round table.
Okay, chalo. I think, we need to, but, Vijay Garu, I know you've been with us for several sessions now. We would like you to, number one, if you can open up a video, that would be fantastic. But even if you, without the video, with audio, share some of your Bhakti expressions.
Yeah, thanks, Srini Garu. I'm a very good listener. My talent is listening, and I'm thoroughly enjoying from the first session I joined so far. It has been a very, very brilliant experience so far. Listening to Ramakant's daughter, Priya ji, and everyone else. Wonderful. And as such, I don't have any talent. Maybe something in the next session.
Yeah,
No,
he will.
Ramakant, no. If you pull my leg, I'll pull yours.
No, not now, because I did not get a chance to formally introduce your other part, right? That our common likes. So, Sriniji, what I missed in the last classes too is, number one, Vijayji is a flute player, okay? And he's a wonderful. He's very, very deep into the Hindustani singing, right? And
no singing, sir.
No, he will
Sir, correction.
but
no singing. On the other hand, we had a Ramakant and myself, live across the street, so we used to have some of those jam, film singing basically. And Ramakant is a wonderful singer, wonderful vocalist. Yes.
No, we see that Ramakanti. We just need to have a dedicated thing. But Vijay Garu, we are learning so many dimensions about Vijay Garu. The Krishna Tattva, it's like Divyam Dadamite Chakshuhu. Give me the right vision so that we can see all the dimensions of you.
Absolutely. And second thing is, his interest in the inner journey. Though we have started, or we initially connected on a external musical world, right? I can see the force of the Guru and the divine that is guiding him sincerely towards the inner journey. So that is the second part. And the third aspect is, again, I think Vijayji and me are in the second year of Sanskritam learning. So there is quite a lot of things going on here. And Vijayji's daughter plays flute as well. And Vijayji is more into even deeper aspects of music mixing and all that aspects as well. So with that, back to you, Vijayji.
Wow. Bahumukha Parshval enter. So many dimensions.
And
no, it's all a lot of exaggeration.
Also from the Karnataka background, right? So Savitha ji and rest of them.
Yes, I'm an ardent lover of Kannada, and I'm a Kannadiga.
Actually, can I say something? Can I say something? And correct me if my perception is wrong. If you're a Kannada, you can only be an ardent Kannada. There is no other thing than non-ardent Kannada. Is that right?
Yeah, right. Well, everyone has so much love for their own mother tongue, so obviously it's not like, I'm not, putting down any other mother tongue here.
No, I'm not saying about that. I'm not saying that. My perception of Kannada is, Kannada sir can only be ardent Kannada or non-Kannada. There is no in between.
Okay.
He's saying all Kannadigas are very, very proud and attached to their language.
No, I mean, they love their everything, right? It's just like...
No question about that.
Sorry?
No question about that.
Exactly. Just like, the Kannada, my Pashyami, we just said it's like, but actually, I love that actually. We all need to celebrate and project it and all that stuff. So speaking of all these ardent Kannadas, why aren't we getting any Kannada Kirtana or Kannada song?
Yeah.
Where is the ardent?
Please, can you not play something for us or sing a few lines?
What is
No, actually, Ramakant Garu told so much about me. I'm only a beginner in music. I just started, like my spiritual journey also started. Everything started late in my life, actually. So I'm still a beginner. That's why I'm not really jumping on to do something here. I will definitely, do something in maybe next sessions.
Yeah, and or if not, we'll have your daughter also join us, right, Vijayji?
My daughter only plays Western flute, and now she is actually
anything. All Krishna is all about flute.
Right.
How old is your daughter?
Yeah, she's in her 12th grade. Yeah, she's busy with her all college applications and everything. And she did quit band, and she don't play any Indian music. She plays the Western flute.
Second one in band, flute is her instrument. My older one had bassoon in the band, but when she marched, she did with flute.
Okay.
So it's like flute is actually the good one. So I think we're going to extend our family. I think this Bhakti Yoga, I feel like we're going to settle in this Bhakti Yoga for a long time. This series is going to continue for a long time because there's so many dimensions. We all worked so hard to get here, 6 or 7 months to land in the Bhakti, and we are not going to escape out of it. Right. So, but I think, we still haven't, I think, you guys claimed your title that we are ardent Kannadas, but we haven't seen any Kannada expression of Bhakti yet.
Agar ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹಾಡು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ
ಹೇಳಿ
Savitha, you sing something in Kannada for us.
No, that's what she actually claimed it.
That's what I said ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ
ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ we all woke up.
Exactly. So that was like, that's all we need, which is like, this is like, it is but that's cool actually. Actually we need the Kannada celebration, all the ardency, the passion.
This is one of my favorite song. This is actually written for Raghavendra Swami, but we can sing it. It applies to any bhakti basically. So I'll sing that. I don't know all the stanzas, but I will explain to you a few lines what it means for non-Kannadigas. It goes as Yenu daha yava moha tiliyadagide Swami innu nimma hesara heಳುವ ಆಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. That means I don't know what hunger I have, what thirst I have, but today I want to say your name. Saku emba matu maretu manavu ninna seride. I mean, I feel so content that my heart is part of you, like, you know. And Charana Kamala smariside, dumbiyagi hadide. That means I bow to Charana Kamala, and my soul is flying like a dumbi, bee.
Dragonfly.
Ha. Jeniginta sihiyu ninna namadalli tumbide. There is your name is much more sweeter than the nectar. Nudiye matu saladu manavu arali nadivudu. Even words are not enough. Just my whole heart like jumps with joy with your words. So this is a part of it's a Bhakti song, which I grew up listening. I'm sure all Kannadigas have. Dr. Rajkumar has sung this, the famous Kannada movie actor. So yeah. Enudaha yava moha enudaha yava moha ತಿಳಿಯದಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರ ಹೇಳೋ ಆಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ತಿಳಿಯದಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರ ಹೇಳು ಆಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಸಾಕು ಎಂಬ ಮಾತು ಮರೆತು ಮನವು ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇರಿದೆ ಸಾಕು ಎಂಬ ಮಾತು ಮರೆತು ಮನವು ನಿನ್ನ ಸೇರಿದೆ ಚರಣ ಕಮಲ ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿದೆ ದುಂಬಿಯಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿದೆ ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ತಿಳಿಯದಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರ ಹೇಳು ಆಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಜೀನಿಗಿಂತ ಸಿಹಿಯು ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿದೆ ಜೀನಿಗಿಂತ ಸಿಹಿಯು ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿದೆ ನುಡಿಯ ಮಾತು ಸಾಲದು ಮನವು ಅರಳಿ ನಲಿಯುವುದು ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ಏನು ದಾಹ ಯಾವ ಮೋಹ ತಿಳಿಯದಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರ ಹೇಳು ಆಸೆಯಾಗಿದೆ. There's more like that, but it goes like that. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Very soulful, Savi. Very nice.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite songs.
And
it sounded
singing
very
these
sweet
songs is
also.
harder.
Huh?
Right? Singing these kind of songs is harder.
Yeah,
I
it
feel
goes
like
up
you have
and
to
down, like, you know, yeah.
you
And
need a lot of the hold.
I know.
Very
I
nice.
ate something now. It's like it's make it even worse.
It sounded very
Same thing. I
sweet.
also ate stomach full.
I was so hungry. The longer I wake up, the hungrier I get.
No, it sounded very sweet in your voice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's a beautiful song, and Dr. Rajkumar has done amazing justice to that song.
Very good job. Very nice.
Thank you.
I'll sing a small Kannada song and Purandara Das if everybody is done.
Lovely.
Oh yeah, please go
Please,
ahead. I think now the Kannada ardent Kannadas are all woke up. Chalo. So Shanti garu.
Dominating Andhra Pradesh now.
Andhra Pradesh, there is no domination because we're still
Has
trying to
its
figure out.
own-
Yeah.
It is
Chakkani.
own taste, so it's kind of interesting to listen to different languages. This is Purandara Dasa's Kirtana. This is the one I liked so much. I learned from a friend. through YouTube or something. I know it is really, I don't know how I got into it, but I always sing this bhajan, this kirtan.
ಯಾವ್ದು ಹೆಸರೇನು? Huh?
Narayana.
Oh, I love the song.
Narayana ninna namada smaranaya. Narayana ninna namada smaranaya. ಸಾರಾಮೃತವು ಎನ್ನ ನಾಲಿಗೆಗೆ ಬರಲಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ, ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ, ಎಷ್ಟಾದರೂ ಮಣಿಕೆಟ್ಟು ಇರಲಿ, ಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿರಲಿ, ಎಷ್ಟಾದರೂ ಮತಿ ಕೆಟ್ಟು ಇರಲಿ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ 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 ಎಂದು ಶಿಷ್ಟರು ಬೇಳುವ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎಂದು ಶಿಷ್ಟರು ಬೇಳುವ ಅಷ್ಟಾಕ್ಷರ ಮಹಾ ಮಂತ್ರದ ನಾಮವ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮದ ಸ್ಮರಣಯ ಸಾರಾಂಸುತವು ಎನ್ನ ನಾಲಿಗೆಯ ಬರಲಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ಸಂತತ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಾಸಿರ ನಾಮವು, ಸಂತತ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಾಸಿರ ನಾಮವು, ಅಂತರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಸಿ ಸಂತತ ಹರಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಸಾಸಿರ ನಾಮವು, ಅಂತರಂಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಸಿ ಎಂತೋ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ, ಎಂತೋ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲರಾಯನೇ, ಎಂತೋ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲರಾಯನೇ, ಅಂತ್ಯಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂತಿಸೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ಅಂತ್ಯಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿಂತಿಸೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮದ ಸ್ಮರಣಯ ಸಾರಾಮೃತವು ಎನ್ನ ನಾಲಿಗೆಗೆ ಬರಲಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ. ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಾರಾಯಣ.
Ankita, that was so beautiful, and you know the way you're singing at such high pitch at this age, it's not a joke.
This is a must song after all Satnam Puja. Like usually Karnataka, this is a song sung every time there is a Satnam Puja is done.
I see. Shanti Garu, do you have training in classical music, singing?
Yeah, a little bit, not much. But I have interest. I learn from different people who sing these songs.
I see. Savitha garu, what about you? You also have classical music pravesham?
My parents sent me for 6 years, but I don't think I learned anything.
Yeah, that's the problem. The more you learn, the more you feel that you don't know anything.
Oh, you went for
Earlier, I
6
used to think that, okay, I know a lot.
No, I mean that Sarigama Padanisa was like that was torturing for me. I don't mind Bhagavad Gita or Devarnama like that, but I understand now that it's all important. It's part of the whole thing. But back then it was like a torturous to go to.
But I think that regardless whether you at that time you liked it or not, that foundation actually shows off. It shows when you're singing, your modulation and the notes pick up, and it actually reflects it. So I think
like we had no choice. Everybody went to one music. My sister did Veena, my brother did Mridangam. Like everybody I knew, they did one classical thing, and then along with the studies. Yeah, so it was like a mandatory kind of a thing. Up to a certain age, once you can say, I'm not going anymore.
Actually, in Warangal, I used to, by Nakalgutta, I used to go for a Veena class. And I learned about Veena, and then my dad said, like, no, dude, Veena doesn't feed you, only math is going to feed you. And then he pulled me out, right? But I mean, that's a fantastic instrument. Veena is a beautiful instrument. So who is going next? I think, the Kannadigas are actually suddenly tick, 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 dominated the whole scene, which is like, the whole thing. So anybody, Umaji, are you going to sing something in Telangana?
Oh, no. నేను వాడితే హాల్ అంతా క్లియర్ అవుతుంది.
That is also an
Ramakant Garu can sing, I think.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, I would like to hear that. Yeah.
Ramakant Garu.
It reminded me of my daughter when that age. I was telling her, oh, I miss that age. 8-9 years old. And I was telling her, oh, you were so cute. She was like, I was cute.
Be careful how you phrase those sentences.
I see. Ramakant Garu. Did he leave? Durga. Durga. చెప్పండి ఒక గల్లంలో.
Okay. Now the camera suddenly shifted. Okay. Yeah, if somebody, I can probably think on something while somebody takes one
Our
song.
very own Ghantasala. I'm waiting to hear also Ramakant sing.
Oh my goodness. Okay. One thing I was thinking anyway while Sriniji was chanting about the Bhagavad Gita. So
okay, let me set this straight. అసలు ఈ జీ లెక్క నుంచి వచ్చే నాకు అసలు I don't like any title. No uncle, no G, no nothing, no sir. It is like, because I'm not being nowadays being very strict. Actually, I'm being very lenient. Actually, that's why
G makes a person little bit distance, right? It keeps the person distance. That's how I feel. So if you stick G to every name, you kind of maintain distance.
No, actually, the thing is, I get the right to use G with everybody, but nobody has the right to use G with me.
No. You need to reread Bhagavad Gita.
The right is same for everyone because Krishna is same with everyone, right?
Exactly. He's using double standards, which is
no, because I'm
Savi and I established right from the get-go, but there is no G. Yes. It's been very good.
Exactly. I think that is a good thing because, we come from Sri Ramji's tradition. We sometimes, when you're using Sri Ramji's classes, the thing we have to use G because that is part of the tradition. I'm only fulfilling the tradition. So, but, you guys.
So we will all call you G, no worries.
Which is like, okay, chalo. Srini, the 10. The 10 is good. Okay, chalo. Ramakantji.
Sure.
Ramakant Garu, you like the Shivaranjani Raga more, right? Anything you can sing in that? I remember
my daughter is
very
actually there is a technicality. What ragam and this ragam. Oh my God!
No, his favorite. Every time we do something in Shivaranjani, he goes so much emotional. So I remember those days. It's been a long time. We
It's
had
been
a
long years
personal,
actually.
years, maybe 3 or 4 years now.
I'm a witness
Vijay,
to
you
Rama.
said you're a beginner. You're talking ragas here.
Exactly. This is what is.
Yeah, beginners also get raga learning, right? Till lessons on raga. So,
So in the meantime, I think Srija got excited. Looks like she would like to sing something as well. And while she gets ready, I will sing those shloka, right? That which we said. One is the Anushtup and the Trishtup conversations, right? So in all those high notes, the way it goes is Damstrak. I'm missing the shloka. Nana, Gurti Asa, Damstrak. Who says who says the shloka? Arjuna. So Arjuna says that, yeah. Definitely. So Arjuna uvacha Damshtrakaralani cha te mukhani Drushtva kala nalasannibhani Disho na jane na labhe cha sharma Prasida devesha jagannivasa Kiritinam gadinam chakrinam cha Tejo rashim sarvato diptimantam Pashyami tvam diptahutashavatram Swatejasa vishwamidam tapantam Dyava prithivyoridam hi Vyaptam tvayakena dishascha sarvaha Drushtvaadbhutam rupamidam tavogram Lokatrayepya pratima prabhava and so on. So it is it's a wonderful expression, and I think down the lane in one of the sessions I'll explain my experience with one of these interesting shlokas and how it hooked me on to the entire Bhagavad Gita. Jai Guru.
And Ramakant Garu, I mean, the way you send is, I can feel that emotion, like, which is like that trembling. It is like, I cannot move, I cannot do this, I cannot even hold that sense of trembling, unsettling, and all that stuff. It actually comes into the, I mean, this is what is there, right? That 11th is the Viswaroopa, that's a climactic thing. And even the Ghantasala actually, his tune, he actually he does it in a Jagan Nivasa, and you can actually feel the climax. I mean, so much emotion that is there. So who is going next? Srija or Kiran and Annamacharya?
Yeah, I think Srija has a Mangalam. So I think some Arati kind of thing, song. Bala Tripura Sundari, Gai Konuma Harati. So what we'll do is, I think when we are closing, I think we can close.
Actually, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Mangalam, I think is a very good, this is a good way to wrap it up when it has to end. So, so one more Annamacharya or Tyagaraja, any one of those bhaktis? Asthana Kavigar, Asthana musician.
Sure, we can do a Tyagaraja Swami Kritti. Again, this one also I am picking a very happy feel good song. So Madhyamavati Ragamlo Nagumomu Galavani. నగుమోము గలవాని నామనోహరుని జగమేలు సూరుని జానకి వరుణి నగుమోము గలవాని నామనోహరుని దేవాది దేవుని దివ్య సుందరుని శ్రీవాసుదేవుని
సీతారాఘవుని దేవాది దేవుని దివ్య సుందరుని శ్రీవాసుదేవుని సీతారాఘవుని నగుమోము గలవాని నా మనోహరుని నిర్మలకారుణి నిఖిలాఘరుని ధర్మాది మోక్షంబు దయచేయుగనుని నిర్మలకారుణి నిఖిలాఘరుని ధర్మాది మోక్షంబు దయచేయు గనుని నగుమోము గలవాని నా మనోహరుని జగమేలు సూరుని జానకి వరుని నగుమోము గలవాని నా మనోహరుని.
Wow, what's a beautiful thing. Okay, and the speaking of the Tyagaraja, I'm going to attempt to sing one song, which is it's very close to my heart, and it has meaning in the spiritual dimensions, both in the devotion world, spiritual world, and also in the materialistic world, how the devotion manifests into life, in love. ఇది సప్తపదిలో యూజ్ చేశారు. దట్ కాంటెక్స్ట్ ఇస్ సో మచ్ బ్యూటిఫుల్, విచ్ ఇస్ ద మరగేల రాగం. And that one, I don't know how many blogs I wrote about that particular song. Every time we find so many new layers of meaning from the keerthana. So I'll try to sing few lines from that, and then I'll at least interpret whatever the interpretations that I can active. Marugelara o Raghava, Marugelara o Raghava, Marugela Charachara Rupa Paratpara Surya Sudhakara Lochana, Marugela Charachara Rupa Paratpara Surya Sudhakara Lochana, Marugelara o Raghava, Anni Nivanuchu Antarangamuna, Anni నీవనుచు అంతరంగమున చిన్నగా వెతికి తెలిసి కుంటినయ్య, అన్ని నీవనుచు అంతరంగమున చిన్నగా వెతికి తెలిసి కుంటినయ్య, నిన్నే కాని మదిని ఎన్న జాల నురులా, నిన్నే గాని మదిని నిన్న జాల నురుల, నన్ను బ్రోవవయ్య త్యాగరాజనుత మరుగేలరా ఓ Raghava. So that is my kirtana. And that one is so the number one, this is where this is like, this is what is the Bhakti's interpretation of Vyakulata, Ardhata. It's just like, where are you hiding from me? And in the spiritual dimension, it's also referred to as murmukshatvam, that intense longing to be with the oneness. And then what I interpreted this as, I've been looking for you all around me, and then only when I now sit down, I just like, you are inside. Anni Nivanuchu, only when I started doing in the Ashtanga Yoga, the first 5 limbs, you do the Bahiranga Sadhana. But only when you pivot to the Antaranga Sadhana, that's when you actually get to it, right? So the way it is like Annini Vanuchu Antarangamuna, when I'm looking everywhere, Marugela or Ragwa, and then when I sat down, that's when I started looking deeply inside, when I have to do deliberately, Tinnaga Vediki, which is like deliberately, just that's when I now figured out, like, you are inside me, nowhere else. I mean, the way it actually came in, so it is, and then the way it was used in the movie, Saptapadi, I thought that was a brilliant stroke. There's a K. Vishwanath's thing where I think because of the two lovers, they like each other. One is a flute player, the other one is a dancer. But then one guy is from the Shudra, the other one is a Brahmin. And then they do not know about it. And then they fall in love. But one day this guy reveals that to her and says, like, I like you, and here's my true identity. I'm actually not a Brahmin. I'm actually from this. I learned all these scripts by faking, but I want to reveal the correct identity. And what he then presents to her is the chance that I like you, but I don't want to disrupt any societal thing. So here is my deal with you, which is like, I want to love you. I'm not going to marry you, but I also want you to do the same. And then that lady is in shock. First of all, she did not know that he's not a Brahmin, and she's from this very traditional family. So she basically is like, she was in shock. And then the guy puts up a proposal and says, like, you love me, but we both love each other, but we don't marry each other. So she thoughts about it. And then next day she comes and to say yes. And she picks this raga. And she sings this song. So her is like, she agrees to the deal. And she basically is like, now I realize that, okay, we don't have to do marriage, which is a Bahiranga sadhana. When you are inside, why do I need this Bahiranga sadhana of the marriage and all that kind of stuff? So the way K. Vishwanath used this kirtana to situate it into the regular materialistic life and in the dimension of love, I thought that is a very, very I mean, I don't have words for it, but so every time I do it, it's just the highest form of thought. So that's how I connect to it. The song is very, very good for me. So Ramakant garu, anything that you want to add?
Nothing. I think we'll do the Arati, and I may sing one after this one. I'll sing another Arati as well after Srija sings.
Actually, no. Before we do the Arati, Uma garu, you were on the hook to share something.
I am waiting for Uma to talk about Rumi.
Rumi and the Sufis.
Are you guys sure you want to stay up this late doing this?
We share.
Yeah.
Savi, you know Rumi. You don't need Uma to talk about Rumi.
Okay, I want to know how you know him.
Oh my God.
That's for another day's conversation.
Okay.
How I came to know Rumi. I started my journey with Advaita and then stumbled into Rumi and Sufism. And then I could see so many parallels. And I don't say this lightly, but Rumi basically saved my life. He connected me back to Bhakti. And from there came Krishna Das. I don't know if any of you are familiar. He's a non-Indian, sings beautiful chants.
Yeah, Baba
Happened to go to his concert, and there is no looking back for me. I attend his satsangs every Thursday.
Karoli Baba,
online, it's just one he does. So for me, it's been, Bhakti is where I ended. I still do Advaita, but Bhakti has been my anchor. And if, I think Srini was earlier talking about this, where, like how you do the chanting and then the yoga and the meditation and the yoga, right? If I cannot get my mind to rest, that's what I do. I'll chant real loud until my mind is like plugged back into, if I'm listening, right, my mind can still process other things. But if I'm chanting, there's obviously my mind hasn't figured out to chant and process 6 other things in my head. So I'm lucky that way, so that's how I came across Rumi, and there's been no looking back. And, since Srini asked, like I randomly look, I have little books laying around all over the house, all of Rumi stuff. And after I said, oh, you know, Srini basically roped me in. I did not volunteer, just so you guys all know. Right?
Uma, just a second. Let the little girl say her song and go to bed. It's almost 12
Oh,
o'clock.
yeah, let's do that. Oh my God, I did not realize. Thank you, Savi, for interrupting.
Okay, Srijamma, Mangalam, Arti.
Sorry, Uma. I was like,
I think
I did not hear. That's what happened. Thank you.
Chalo.
Okay.
Our little Krishna. Okay, chalo.
Yeah.
Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Sundarangi Andaruni Satiraruga. Sundarangi Andaruni Satiraruga. Sandehamunu Andamuga Tirpumantimi. Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Vasikekki Unnadana Vanusunammiti. Rasiga Seri Sampadalechi Brobumantimi. Rasiga Seri Sampadalechi Brobumantimi. Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Om Klim Shrim Yanu Chumadini Tala Chukuntini. Apadalera Bapavamma Ativa Sundari. Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Siramuga Shikarali Andu Velasiti Vamma. Haranilo Sidangada Sunidayanu Suduma. Haranilo Sidangada Sunidayanu Suduma. Bala Tripura Sundari Gai Konu Maharati. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Gana Lola Jala Mela Dari Chupuma. Dari Chupuma. Dari Chupuma.
Brilliant, Srija.
That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Such good rhythm. Oh my God.
Amazing, Srija. Very nice. Thank you for staying up so late and singing this for us.
Yeah, the poor kid should be in
And
bed.
her pitch was perfect. No deviation.
How can 8-year-olds do all these things? Bhagavad Gita sloka, all reminding every song is like this. Every landing was picture perfect, and she doesn't have any tunuku, beruku, nothing. She's like just out there. I mean, when Srija and Ramakanji come here, I mean, she's just like a sparkle. She just lights up this entire place. And so Srija, thank you, Amma.
So nice.
Yes,
thank you.
Srija, and our Bunny also enjoyed your performance. She's sitting there. Can you see?
God, we kept Bunny, we babysat Bunny for somebody else. Oh my God, it stinks.
It comes with lot of work.
And then Ramakanji, your dole was so much in sync.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It added such a color.
The stuff. Now I can see how much. No, I actually I'm a witness to Ramakanji's Bhakti's expressions. In some sense, just the Bhakti is like you don't use the mind, right? We just let it flow in whatever. There is no gardening, there is no conditioning. This is one of those things. If it connects to the essence, the automatically the rhythm gets thing, and then this thing, and then it just there's no boundaries. It just flows in all different directions. Ramakanji, did I get it right? Okay, chalo. Now the flow. The father and daughter. Now I don't know who is the parent. Chalo.
So talented.
Case the fruit has not fallen too far from the tree.
I just want to know who is learning from whom, though.
That is exactly my question, actually. That is my question, actually.
Maybe she should answer. I don't know. Who is learning from? I'm learning from you. No, I'm not teaching anybody. That's for sure. I'm not. I never taught anybody anything. All I know is just live whatever happens. Just allow the expression to happen. That's all. Jai Gurutta, wonderful. So this is actually composed by Sri Swamiji, and every day, even in Mysore Ashram and here at the temples, they sing this this arti for
what Swamiji
Devi and
is this? Sorry, I missed.
Ganapati Sachidananda Swamiji.
Actually, how many people have actually been associated with Ganapati Sachidananda Swami? Anybody?
I do not even know who this person is. Sorry.
Actually, so I think basically he's from Mysore. The ashram is in Mysore, just at the foot of the Chamundi
The
Hills.
Shambhavi temple is right at the foot of the Shambhavi temple. Yeah.
And also he's well known for the healing music. So he goes around the globe, and generally it's so famous that even in Europe, doctors play his healing music in the ICUs and other places too.
You'll have to share that in the channel, Ramakanji.
I'll actually tell you, this is from my experience. One of his tracks, there is a CD that was given to me. It's called Inner Healing, right? You know, Ramakanji, there are 3 tracks in there. There's the first one, and then the second one is actually the healing thing. It's about 40 minutes or something. Both L.V. Subramaniam, the violin, and Ganapati Sachidananda Swami with his instrument. Both of them do well. And then it ends with Mangalam. But that experience, if you experience oneness with it, it's almost like the music scoops the sorrow out of you. It actually, you can feel that it actually going and digging and scooping, and then it goes in even more deeper, and then it actually in the 30 to 40 minutes, you can actually get everything be out, and it ends with a Mangalam track. The 3 tracks are so powerful, and it's an amazing
One of you guys will have to share that with the rest of us, please.
Yeah, definitely. He's
even if it is a link to buy, that's okay. It doesn't have to be.
We can send you anything and everything, because Canada, we have the ashram as well in Canada, and all throughout. So if you ask about Swamiji, especially for us, we will give you anything and everything.
I'll connect with you, Ramakanji.
Definitely. Not looking for any baptism, but
no, you cannot, because I'm a Rolling Stone.
Fantastic. That is the best one, right? Fantastic. Anything more, Sriniji, before we start the?
No, please go ahead.
I would like to see Srija's mom, if possible. I'm sure she has a big part in grooming her too.
No, actually, she's the only backbone for all of us, honestly. I'm just the show off and taking the points kind of guy, putting the slides and the marketing, that's all. The whole there's a lot with her. Fantastic. Yeah, definitely. I think she's actually stepped out to pick my son.
Basically, Swati Garu, there are like 3 kids. All of them are expressing in many different dimensions, and she's the only one who kind of conducts everything. It's like a CEO of the house.
Definitely. I think actually she doesn't come out at all. So I was already shocked when she's or talking to Sriniji or forwarding things like that. I'm saying, okay, this is interesting. This is a big Leela for me, honestly. Believe me.
Actually, Swatiji came with Sri Charan to put banners for all the trees, the universal human values. I mean, I was like, I felt so bad actually, but it's just cool.
Wonderful. Chalo. And so this ragam is Yaman Kalyani. Looks like DT is Devi, Khandanada. It's a composition in Hindi, and I like the especially the Bhakti words that have been used. I was very impressed. Let me say, I don't want to overpower
that
this,
language. I can understand. Kannada I cannot, though, so I will enjoy.
Yes. So this will be a global language.
The meaning.
So this will be cool. And Srija, I know this is lengthy, so we will just go line after line. Jai Devi Durga, Jai Sheravali, Jai Devi Mata, Jai Bhadra Kali, Jai Sharada Ma, Jai Mahalakshmi, Jagadamba Mai, Raj Rajeshwari, Agni Mandal se तू उभराई, तारों में सूरज में कांति तेरी, पृथ्वी में जल में आग में तू ही, प्राणवायु तू ही व्योमकेशी, पिंडांड ब्रह्मांड तूने बनाई, सृष्टि चराचर की तू ही गौरी, इच्छा ज्ञान क्रिया शक्ति तू ही, अनघांब माई राज राजेश्वरी, शोषण हारी पोषणकारी, जीवन संवारी दुर्गी लक्ष्मी, सत्कर्म दुष्कर्म तू साक्षी, कलमल मिटाओ मीनाक्षी, जय लक्ष्मी देवी तू ही पराशक्ति, काशी विशालाक्षी तू ही शिवानी, माता सरस्वती सुज्ञानदायी, चंडी चामुंडी शक्ति दुर्गी, वेद मंत्र करते तेरा वर्णन, हरिहर ब्रह्मा करते सेवन, देवर्षि गण गाते तेरा कीर्तन, अष्टदिक्पालक करते नमन, यंत्र मंत्र तंत्र तू ही भवानी, श्री चक्र षट चक्र तू ही कुंडलिनी, स्वर्ण वर्ण देवी श्री राग रागिणी, अर्धनारीश्वरी श्रुतिलय रूपिणी, केयूर चंपक पद्म मंदार, तरसते करने तुझको श्रृंगार, मणिमय माणिक्य मुक्ताहार, चाहते करने तेरा अलंकार, वैसे तो दुर्गम दुर्लभ तुमाई, भक्ति के वश में झट से आ जाती, तामस विनाशी सत्व गुण साथी, षड्वैरी नाशी ज्वालामुखी, जय सप्तमात्र का जय वन दुर्गा, अष्टादशा शक्ति नव दुर्गा, वैष्णवी विरजा कामाख्या, विंध्या देवी सच्चिदानंदा, विंध्या देवी सच्चिदानंदा.
That was beautiful.
There is
You guys
the
sing in
Pallavi goes.
unison.
Sorry.
Said you guys sing in unison. It's beautiful.
Yes.
Very, very magical.
Very nice. Yeah.
One question, Naku. When you said the Raga Yaman and Kalyani, is it a hybrid of, it's a combination of Raga Yaman from Hindustani and then Kalyani from Carnatic? Is it like a hybrid of both?
Vijay ji will add.
Yaman Kalyani itself is a raga.
So basically in Hindustani system, Kalyan is a thought. Yaman is a raga belong to Kalyan thought. So they interchangeably use Yaman, they use Kalyan, they also use Yaman Kalyan. And there are 2-3 versions of Yaman Kalyan. So they use both Madhyam, Tivara Madhyam as well as the Shuddha Madhyam. That's why it becomes Yaman Kalyan when they use both Madhyams. That's how it is. Yeah, but that's more deep dive into raga system. So
no, it's actually, I mean, I'm taking some kindergarten tech steps into some Hindustani ragams. and Yaman has been one of my favorite kind of thing. But what I also realized is Anumalik uses a lot of Yaman. Big time.
Yes.
Uses a lot of Yaman and this stuff.
There
But
are, yeah.
Actually, now Vijay Garu, slowly the layers are being revealed. So I think.
So just to add, Eman Kalyan, right? Krishna Ni Begane Varo, the Kannada song, which is very popular. That's in Kalyan only. Eman Kalyan or Eman, whatever the raga you say. It also matches the Carnatic Kalyani. Kalyani is the same. They are equivalent, though the differences in system, right? Where which note is more, they call which one has prominence, and that thing differs. That's why it sounds different.
Tivrani or Komal, this thing, and then the Yaman or something like that, right? So Tivrama.
Yes, Vadi Samvadi concept is there in Hindustani. So which note you stay on more, then that raga's color will open up. That's how Hindustani is based. In Carnatic, it's not like that. So basically, equal importance to all notes. There is not like phrase oriented. Hindustani is very much phrase oriented. So you have to keep telling the phrase, then only the raga comes up nicely. That's how it is.
And then I think it's a scales also, like sharps, and I mean that is of course probably there in everything, the sharps and flats, the Tivrama Komal kind of stuff. But I mean it's like which is like I'm also just getting a little bit of baby steps into this and stuff. But now I think what we need to do is we need to figure out how we're gonna wrap this up. Umaji, you need to.
Why don't we do it at a different time, Srini? It's okay.
No. I think because it was because what happens is that we don't want to ever be in debt with the Bhagwan, because we said like we're going to do that. It's like just fulfill through some Sufi music, some Sufi thing.
I do not know music. I was just going to share some Rumi quotes. That's all.
Oh, chalo, that's good.
Yeah.
And then just add some Telangana flavor, add some rhythm to it, then it becomes music.
Rhythm that
is exactly, that is a talam. It's like
I like Rumi quotes too. So.
Yeah, they're beautiful poetry. He's always in love with God, right? So let me see. I've not really ever shared on Zoom, but I'm going to try this. Is that okay? I've got like 3 slides or maybe 4, but it shouldn't take 2 weeks because the first slide is really huge letters.
Oh wow!
Because I have not memorized. Partial lines will come to me, but I've never memorized any of them, or I do not know most of them. So let me see if I can share. Let's see.
You should be able to share.
Tell me when you can see my screen and share. There we go.
Okay, chalo. Got it.
All right. So here we go. Move this here. I've got these random screens going on here. I don't know what's going on here. All right, here we go. You guys can see this, right?
We can see the Om.
You can see the Om. That is not what I want to share. Hold on.
So I think you probably
all right. In that case, let me just do this. Okay. Where Om is, where
okay, now we can see it. Now we can see it.
No, I just moved it. I was thinking that it's over here, but no big deal. All right. I can't see any of you. I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't matter.
That's how it works. Yeah, please continue.
Yes, this is fine. Oh, okay. Like I said, I don't know Zoom well. So maybe some of you already know, but I just wanted to say what is Sufism, and these are my interpretations. I do not think there is any definitions of it anywhere. Maybe there's partial. So like I said, I connect it with Advaita. So that's kind of like what I was writing there. It's the inner dimension of Islam, just like Advaita is for the Hindu bigger picture where, idol worship, pujas and all that. But then the more you move inward, the more Advaita you become, like, awareness witnesser. That's kind of like what I related to. And all the practices focus around renunciation of worldly things, kind of like, and Gita teaches the same thing, like purification of your soul by giving that, give up all your 5 senses. And then guna and guneshu, what's driving your senses, dopaminic, like I want to do this, I want to eat that type of stuff. And for me, the part that connected to me was the mystical contemplation of God's nature, which is like the Bhakti Yoga. Let's see, how do I next? I don't do too many slides, so let's see. And this, I've kind of like broken them into the way Rumi writes anyway. The ones what I've read is from the perspective of God, and God is referred to as the I, like we do. And he's also referred to as the friend and beloved. All these words are interchangeably used in Sufism. Often when they say friend, they often write it with capital F. The friend is the one that is inside of you, the witnesser. So let me just go through these and I'll quickly read them. Don't have to read every one of this. It says, at a distance, you only see my light. Come closer and know that I am you. That's what God says, like, come closer and I can see I am you. Life is a balance of holding on and letting go. Last night, I learned how to be a lover of God, to live in this world and call nothing my own. Like, again, it kind of relates to what we do, like, no outside, right? Nothing is mine. Everything is, everybody, everything is equal. So that's kind of like what I relate to. What is your life about anyway? Nothing but a struggle to be someone, which is what we all do, right? To want to do this, want to become this, want to become a meditator, want to become a spiritual person. And nothing but running from your own silence. Silence is where everything is. And I believe that, as much as talkative as I am. And it goes on to say, didn't I tell you not to be seduced by the colorful world? For I am the ultimate painter, which is like the God, without his will, not even a leaf moves. So that's kind of like how I relate that one too. If you could leave your selfishness, you would see how you've been your soul. How you've been torturing your soul. It got chopped up. Basically to say that we live in this world while the witnesser is sitting inside of us and we chase all these things. And as we chase those things, you're also torturing the Purusha within us, the Ansh of God, right? He doesn't say, don't do this, don't do that, but we do that. And that's kind of like what I relate that one to. And let me go on to the next one. Here, I say, I can sense your presence. This is from Rumi's, perspective toward God. And that's kind of like what this slide is here. I can sense your presence in my heart, although you belong to all the world. So, the all-pervading God is there in each of us, right? None of us own him. We're all parts of the little speck of Paramatma. That's how I relate that one too. In your light, I learned how to love. In your beauty, how to make poems. You dance inside my chest where no one sees you. But sometimes I do, and that sight becomes this art. And the next one there is, all the world loves you, but you are nowhere to be found, hidden and yet completely obvious. That is what God is, right? Like if we can take a moment to breathe and see, you can see God in everything, in nature, in other people, even people that irritate you. There's God in every one of us. And that's kind of like what I take away from that one. The other one is whenever we manage to love without expectations, calculations, negotiations, we are indeed in heaven. And that again, to me, that kind of like points back to Gita, like we are not partial. And that example that Srini gave about, house on fire, do I feel the same, whether it is my house or somebody else's house? That's really where you are, that non-dual person. That for me, Advaita is no two, not one. No two means I see everything as same. No distinction. That's my interpretation of it. And here's the last slide. On the path of love, we are neither masters nor the owners of our lives. We are only a brush in the hand of the master painter, who is the God. And here is something that I always remember. One of the few that I remember is, I came to this earth so that I can find my way back to my beloved. Why I came, I do not know. Since I came, I need to go find my path back to the God. And this is from the how do you say, the witnesser perspective. If you find me not within, you will never find me. for I have been with you from the beginning of me, from the beginning of Brahmand, when that is. And with closing statement, I want to say that is also from Rumi: be soulful, be kind, be in love.
Love it.
That is it for me, Srini. I don't know how to stop sharing. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Oh my
Beautiful.
God. Actually, so, sorry,
Yeah.
God, Savitha.
No, it's beautiful. Some few of them I had heard, but yeah, the way you put it and you explained was very nice. Thank you.
Very nice. I mean, can we have focus on that second slide while we are having this discussion, please?
Actually,
Sure. Let me
Can we actually
share.
go back to, actually, that's what I wanted to do, Priya. What I wanted to do is, can we go back to each one of them? And then what the thought I was trying to do is like, can we come up with one word that maps to the essence of it, whether it is from in our own language or Sanskrit or any one of them. I was trying to do that and what could come close to it. Okay, but when we go back to it.
Yeah, I think I'm sharing, Srini, aren't I?
Yeah, you did it. At a distance, you only see my life. Come closer, and I know that I am you. I think absolutely that is you are nothing but the Purushas. All this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then life is a balance of holding on.
Letting
And
go.
basically, it's like, you could even say it's like 0 and 1. You don't own anything. You own everything.
But
Right?
see, to me, this is like, be in the world, do the things of the world, but do it for, with God in mind, right? That's like, I cannot like sit and like, nishkama karma, right? Like do things. Again, that's like a far-fetched explanation, but there's these things that just go into my head, and that's how I see them.
And then to live in this world, call nothing as my own. That's what we talked about, nirmama.
Nirmama, that's the word I was trying to think. Again, my Sanskrit is not the best. Nirmamo, like, no apeksha, like, nadi, na, mine, me,
And then what is your life about? It's nothing. This silence actually, but running from your silence is our very nature. Even what it says in the Advaita, Om is also Prakriti. Om represents this manifested God, like, like the Bhagavad Gita, which is like a Saguna Brahma. But the real Advaita is, to go to the Nirguna Brahma, that silence is essentially the common substrate, which is the silence beyond the Om, with the Turiyam, what it actually says.
Maybe you remember this, Savi, I can't remember. Silence of language of gods, all else is something. I can't remember what it says. That's a Rumi quote too.
I see. And did I tell you,
you're the other one? Only when you mingle with difference, you grow or you learn or something.
I mean, I was addicted to this stuff. I have maybe about 250.
My introduction was through that 40 rules.
Oh, that's just beautiful.
I don't know how many times I've gone through that book.
I picked up mine after we talked.
Is that 40 rules of love? Is it the divine
it's a
love,
book.
or both one and the same? Both one and the same.
It's 40 Rules of Love. It's written by a modern day author, but that did a lot of research. And Rumi had a teacher, Tabriz, I'm probably ruining the name. So it is written from that perspective, and it's very Advaitic to me. When I read, that's what I see in it.
Sure.
So in other words, I think that the question that the question means the inquiry is like, can you apply to like both kind of the love in the manifested world and also the love
you can, right? I mean, Rumi quotes have become so popular. You find them in Hallmark cards, right? Like you take this and twist it to human love. That's what that is. To me, it has always been love with God, but you could make it as, somebody that you like, your children, whatever. Even my
the sense of God, not the love.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the context in which I've heard them has always been in human love. I didn't even know until today when she brought it up, Uma brought it up. I didn't even know it had to do with Sufism.
His poetry is all for God, actually.
He talks about like, I drifted away. How do I find my way back to you? And that's how they came. Actually, all the other Sufi, Hafiz, Alhaj, Rabia, Umar Khayyam, all of them, it's the same thing, different flavors. And I've listened to their poetry too. It's just so beautiful.
But
it's so easy to connect.
can apply to human love too, right? If you're gonna, because there's divinity in all of it. If you have to be able to love another person like that, only then there's meaning in that relationship.
The beautiful thing is we are discovering all this Ekam Sattva Prabha, the one thing like the ruby and this stuff. The thing that I kind of found, I did not know, is because of the kids' journeys and exposure to all the classical thing. In the Kuchipudi, there is a style of dance called Javali. Javali is where the devotee, paints himself as like the lover of the god. And then, situates in a regular life, and then, the way they play with the god, it's just like unbelievable, right? That you're trying to quote me or I'm trying to quote you in the mundane activities, but that's how they do it. It's a beautiful, beautiful form of art, because Kuchipudi is all about Abhinayam. So it actually allows you to
express, right?
Like Abhinayam in a much better way.
By action, yeah, like that.
By action, because you again because that is the freedom that Bhakti gives you. You can bring the God into the regular lover and play with him into regular emotions, and then do that. So that is a beautiful technique in Javali.
And Priya, you were talking about human love, right? I get it, but with human love, what happens is there is always it is not unconditional. Go back and think, if you think about it, right? How many people do we love unconditionally? The closest I come to unconditional love is my children.
It should be. That's my point. I think, you should, even with God, a lot of people pray because they ask for things.
Yeah, see, that is that's not bhakti, or that's not love for me. In my definition, there is no len-den.
No, but that's exactly. But the thing is, it's not about the others. That means we have progress. We have. The best thing is we have opportunity. We have prachodayat. Yeah. I think when we are full with love and no negative emotion, then usually we're always being harmonious with everyone, perhaps. Regardless.
And I've experienced glimpses of it, right? Like, I'm just like, it's just like comes from a different place.
And then we create bubbles, right? Like the satsangs and this stuff. So we only want to associate with the people that kind of fit into it. So that is,
and that I hear is common too, because ego wants to kind of like control that, it's ego's way to, keep a tab on us.
I think from the Bhakti way, again, going back to Sankhya. I think
exactly.
We need to come back to it's like, no mind business. I think, this is cool. Fantastic sharing it. So how about we end on a nice Bhakti kind of a thing? Bhakti means it's like, it doesn't even have to be divine. Some nice song. We have a lot of singers. Everybody trained at least.
Mangalam song.
No, Mangalam, no. Mangalam so ho gaya na. Abhi to is like.
Mangalam is Aarti song, basically.
I know, but I thought Srija already did it. Both. I thought we did 2 Mangalam Aarti songs.
Yeah, right? True.
So that one is there. So how do we actually get to like a prema, the dimension of the thing? So something like, I mean, it could be a prema or something. Kiran or Priya and Savitha garu, you're all trained in classical music, 6 years or more.
We don't need classical. Kuch bhi gao. Jisme pyar hai.
अरे यार कुछ भी गाओ तो उमा जी आप गाओ ना.
अरे बाप रे, मैं बोली ना, they were singing about raga, right? Have you heard about Gardava Ragam?
Yeah, whatever the thing.
I know.
He did not even get it.
No.
Thank you, Swami, for catching my silly joke.
That Gardava Ragam, I don't think I get it, but that is not the thing. What I was trying to tell you is whatever you're talking, just modulate your voice a little bit, break it, and then that becomes a song.
I'll sing a song.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're going to sing the Vashikara song. I think that will be the perfect love song.
I'm going to sing a modern day Krishna song.
Okay.
Oh wow. Oh, love it.
And probably, it's from movies, from Bajirao Mastani. But I'm probably going to butcher it today because I've eaten quite a bit. I've just been munching, but I'm going to try. It's not an easy song.
Abhi Ekadashi hai na? Kya munching chal raha hai?
I don't do all that. My Krishna always told me I need to eat, be happy, have fun.
Achha. Uma, the way you talked in a Pakka Hyderabadi Urdu. It's like, abhi kya munchi chal raha hai?
హైదరాబాద్ లో పుట్టిన తర్వాత ఇంకేమవుతుంది?
I don't know Advaita. I don't know all that. I just love my Krishna. That's it.
Yeah, that's love for God is amazing. You don't have to know Advaita.
He doesn't have a choice. He's not getting rid of me.
Yeah, I spent 5 days at Prabhupada's place recently. I basically volunteered, chopped vegetables for 2 hours every day for 500 people. It was the best experience I've had. And went and saw his little house. It's scary. The place was 150 square foot. That's where, and then you couldn't even stand up if you would hit the roof. And that's where he wrote all the books in West Virginia. I went and looked. Have you been there, Srini?
Yeah, the Wheeling Temple. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. One of the pujaris took us to his original house and stuff. So we were fortunate to get that tour. It was interesting. It's a beautiful place. And
I think there is, if I remember correctly, one of the rooms where there's a Krishna, you can go to any side of the car room, Krishna looks at you, right? I think there was. I remember this.
Yeah. That place vibrates so much peace.
I mean, it's a beautiful architecture too. I think.
Even the Narasimha Swami was amazingly gorgeous. Oh my God.
Okay, Priya garu, modern.
He is my family deity.
Narasimha Swami.
Yoga Narasimha.
I think it's a family deity. I thought the way I heard is my family date also.
Also,
जो जैसे चाहिए वैसे ही सुनाई देता है ना?
Yeah, my
relationship
with every form of Vishnu is different. Okay, I've always grown up, and to me, he's always been family. And you call her Ammavaru, we call her Tayar. Tayar is a respectful way of calling a mother.
Mother Tayar.
So we always refer to her as Tayar. So whether I worship or don't worship or whatever, like how a mother loves a child, she has no choice. She's stuck with me. That's it. That's how it works.
No, she's not stuck.
Very nice. Yeah, well, we have a right to demand God of love. That's what that is to me.
That's how it works. Because I don't have to chant or anything. I am her child. So that's how it works. Sometimes I may do things.
And the love flows in that direction anyway. Parents to children.
Yeah.
And then the best.
Okay.
Padu, that same word you guys use.
Yeah, Padu.
Good one.
Padu means sing in Telugu too.
Padu is Tamil too.
Oh, Tamil. Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if I'll do justice today, but I'll try. मोहे रंग दो लाल नंद के लाल चिड़ो नहीं बस रंग दो लाल मोहे रंग दो लाल देखो देखो तुझको मैं होके निहार देखो देखो तुझको मैं होके निहार चलो लो करो लो. Okay, I can't read this. This is sorry. I picked up a different page and I can't read it properly.
We have time. Find the next page. It's okay.
देखो देखो तुझको मैं होके निहार देखो देखो तुझको मैं होके निहार चलो करो मोर कांच साथ नैन भर क्या रहे निहार मोहे रंग दो लाल नंद के लाल लाल चिड़ो नहीं बस रंग दो लाल मोहे रंग दो लाल मरोड़ी कलाई मोरी मरोड़ी कलाई मोरे हाँ कलाई मोरे हाँ कलाई मरोड़ी कलाई मोरे चूड़ी चोरी चटकाई तराई तो चोरी से गरबा लगाई हरी ये चुनरिया जो झटके से चीरी हरी ये चुनरिया जो झटके से चीरी मैं तो रंगी हरी हरी को रंग लाज से गुलाबी गाल मोहे रंग दो लाल नंद के लाल लाल तेड़ो नहीं बस रंग दो लाल मोहे रंग दो लाल.
Very pretty. Very nice.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
amazing, amazing. How beautiful and how you reach even the highest notes.
I'm sorry, I
I
messed up in the beginning. I couldn't
I
read the
enjoyed
lyrics
it. I enjoyed it.
Thank
Very
you.
nice. So I think, if anybody has any performance, otherwise we'll try to wrap it. And for wrapping up, and if somebody could take over the final singing over the final chant in a Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, and for that anyway, Kiran, you are the guru. So yeah, I don't want to sing it and then you correct me later. So why don't you take over the job and then we'll end with that. Yeah. So everybody, close your eyes and Kiran, take over.
ॐ सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Wow. What an
That was
amazing,
so
amazing,
beautiful.
amazing satsang that we did. This is, let me